I'm gonna hit the music.
Nice web, Mr. Crackspider. 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 The web structure was not affected. Bug spider, Mr. Crackspider. Nice web, Mr. Crackspider.
Alan.
Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figures building fence was more socket. Caffeine spider was exhausted.
One.
That's some good sativa.
That's the crack spider. That's the crack spider.
Hello, hello.
Howdy, gang.
Yo.
The high was so high that the silence was like, what? What is this?
So we have Lindsay Sherman tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We have Chance here. We have Snake Jones in the house.
I was looking forward to
Again.
this all day, and I didn't even know that my bestie Lindsay would be here too, and Snake, who I've never done like a real weave with Snake in the mix. So this is awesome.
Right
And
on.
I didn't know we were going to be at a gun show, but here we are.
Oh, are we?
The gun show.
Try. Get your tickets, ladies. Mm.
I hurt myself at the gym today a little bit. Had to back off. Needed a day off, I guess. I tried to do too stupid of a move with the bar too far behind my head on incline bench, and it's like tricep area was just like nope. But it'll be all right. I got all the tools to fix it.
Put some tuning forks on it.
Yeah, man. I really his body being like, hey, you needed a full day or two off. You haven't done a full day or two off, and you don't even know how long. So just do it.
Yeah, rest time's important.
So how's you guys' weeks been, health-wise? Because it sounds
Off
like a
the
lot of
charts.
people have been like getting sick around me, but I've not had anything.
I have been fantastic. And then just last night, I've been it's like super jumpy at night. Like
Yeah, I
it
can't
feels like,
sleep at all right now.
yeah,
The Schumann
and, like,
resonance or something.
exactly. So
Mhm.
then the Schumann resonance group on Telegram that Chance hipped me to has been like, oh, that's why.
So
And,
on
like,
point. It's
yeah.
bizarre.
It's really cool.
It's
Yeah, that's me
crazy.
this week, Lindsay, actually for about 2 weeks, but this week even stronger, where like I can't even get myself to sleep more than 3 to 6 hours, like more closer to 3 or 4 lately, some nights 2. And it's bizarre because then I go into the next day and totally crush and maybe take like a short nap in the sunlight in the middle of the afternoon. But
Mm.
something's up. Like my belief about how much sleep I needed to be a functional, and not just functional, but like in a flow state, that belief is melted. I don't know if it's always going to be like this, but I swear I'm not on cocaine. Never done it.
Yeah,
That was what they're talking about in the chat.
No, I didn't really care about the Schumann resonance. Like people would talk about it and I'd be like, I don't know, some fucking hippie stupid shit, you know, like everyone's always like, yeah, stick a crystal in your head and it'll fucking whatever. And I'm always like,
What's
eh,
wrong with crystals?
yeah, nothing now, you know, but like the more I just am a skeptic. And so I start from this place of like, maybe, but probably you're full of shit because most people are. And then I go investigating and then I often find, like I did with the Schumann resonance. And I did a whole show on it because it blew my mind. You know, I go investigating stuff and sometimes I'm like, yeah, no, that was shit like I thought. Or in this case, I'm like, wow, there's actually like so much science behind this. There's so much to it. And now that I'm watching this Schumann resonance graph every day, that again, this Telegram group, if Chance wants to share the link, maybe people can get into it.
I
But
could be bothered to do that. I forward it to my group all the time.
I thought you
It's
said
been
farted.
Oh,
was
it's
like,
so
why-
accurate.
Why would you do that to us? But yeah, it's been really cool to get to know the Schumann resonance and then to see like the whatever synchronization of my experience with that stuff. It's been pretty
Yeah.
And
for
I've
sure.
Some of
been-
it's like real crystal wookery, word salady, new age feels, but then
But
you
that's
kind of just like look at what the actual graph
Yeah.
is doing, and you're just like, okay, that's a good interpretation.
yeah, like that's the person who writes it is like whatever, and that I like it. But yeah, I can see how some people might be like, what?
But the one
Like,
from
but the
last
graph
night was so
itself-
outrageous that their response when they posted it was just like, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like, I don't even know. And that was what
Sure.
my night was like last night on the vibe level.
Yes.
So
No, last night specifically, I hate this shit. I hate that I talk like this now, but I'm like was getting like massive downloads and my whole body was like shifting and shit. And I was like, I don't know if I'm like turning into another being or like what the fuck is happening. And then I saw that graph this morning and I was like, oh, we all did that last night.
Mhm.
That's cool. So
those of us that haven't insulated our biofields with artificial dissonance and kept us from the earth, like if you're tuning into the earth at all on a regular basis right now, you're going up. Like this is
Yeah.
on. And I think what it is, I have a weird theory, it's short, but like what if all of this hubbub about, cowpokes cutting people off from their spiritual connection, even if it's not like in this whoa mad science way where they actually they know the gene to switch off or whatever, which I think is garbage. What if it's just like your field has mad interference and so you don't have that connection now? That's it. So what if their juice is actually getting sent to us because they don't have their controller
Sure.
died, their batteries they can't play the game from the other side with their character. So they're like, all right, let's just, the ones that can actually do something about this and fix the game, let's give them all the juice right now. That's what it
Huh.
feels like.
Mm.
I love it. Plus, I just think, I've been talking about this a lot too, that humans evolve, consciousness evolves, and I don't think we get a choice about it. Like it's just gonna happen. So that
Yeah.
doesn't mean, however, that every organism is ready for the evolutionary shifts or jumps. Like I'm sure in various populations over time, there's been some things that just didn't make it because they weren't ready or whatever. And I think that that's happening too. And if this is like a way for us to play that out, whatever, like take your stupid cowpoke and that's your fucking choice, I guess. Like, I don't know why anyone would. I don't know.
I don't know
just
how you
more-
could actually flip at this point. Like, oh, I didn't do it this whole time, but I guess I've been bullied enough.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't it get thinner and thinner and thinner the more bullying you see? You're like, well, this is fucking weird, actually. Like, why do you care this fucking much about this thing that is whatever? I don't know how much we talk about it on this channel because I don't want to get you shut down or whatever.
Well,
Well, there's some really
Right,
wild
right.
stuff in the chat.
is there already? Awesome.
Israel Adams just
this.
dropped something on us. Like, what about that statement? The sun is leaving our realm and the solar simulators are being used now.
Shit.
Well, they do have these crazy sun simulators you can look up.
Yeah. So I
Wait, what?
asked that about the everybody else getting sick, but I feel great. And Chance and I have been talking about it all week since Lindsay. Were you able to see Chance's interview with Gabriel?
No,
Okay.
I see almost nothing of
It
You
was
know how it is.
anyway. It was we've been kind of sharing dreams and kind of we have a group where we like a kind of privately talk about the
The
weird.
first rule of Fight Club,
weirdest-
Gordy.
It's not Fight Club, guys.
Sure.
Just no girls allowed. It's a He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Good. Yeah, get your divine masculine on.
So that's kind of why I wanted you on to talk about this too. But I'll come back to that. So we've been having all these crazy syncs with, I mean, hell, it probably started with you, Snake, with you and me having that connection, and then talking with Lindsay, which connected me to the spiders, which connected me to Chance, which connected me to, this whole thing, whatever this is. And we've been talking about really genuinely like gearing up our gifts, like what our gifts are, and really getting serious about our mystical gifts or spiritual gifts or whatever that skill is that we can really put forward right now. And I think we need to hone those skills in
I'm
an
actually
earnest
like
way.
someone I'm friends with. I've been specifically working on practicing telepathy things and like,
Mhm.
meeting up in other realms and trying to remember, and like, there's little things. It's like a slow process, but I knew all that stuff was possible. I've read about like occult training manuals and stuff that I was like, well, this is neat, but I'm too busy. I'm not going to get into this. Or it's all like solo practices. But my point in saying this is I really think that what I said earlier is totally correct. And those of us that are switched on are getting it. Like there's something happening, expansion in all directions for sure. It doesn't feel like every other time where we passed the equinox. And it was like, I was already on the decline most years of my life by this point of the year. And this time I'm just like way higher than I was even in the summer. So
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Spring is usually
Flow state.
I don't know what just
We lost
happened.
Gordy.
I definitely feel this uptick and this ramping up in energies and flow and whatever lately. And it's, I think a lot of people can relate. We talk about it a lot, that everyone's had like, oh, you think about someone and then they call and then you do this and whatever. But like what Chance is saying is really important, I think, for people to think about, that if you intend to increase your abilities in any area and then you just set about trying and practicing, it happens. Like I've
Mhm.
done it with literally
Like scary.
everything.
So not really scary, but like huge.
amazingly.
I've done it with every single thing I can imagine. Like I remember like 3 or 4 years ago in a little group we have called Eyes Open, we decided to do a remote viewing practice because we have people scattered all around the world or whatever. And so we would pick, all the people who wanted to hang out and do it would hang out. And then somebody would pick someone and they would select some item or something and they'd put it somewhere in their house and they'd take a picture of the place the thing was hidden within, but they wouldn't take a picture of even like the box that was in, or but like, say you hid it in like a TV stand or something, you take a picture of the TV stand and be like, okay, I give you guys energetic permission to come and see what's in this area and try to figure out what it is. And so we would take a week. And so you could practice as many times as you wanted during that week. So you could do it every day. You could do it 17 times a day. You could do it once during the week, whatever. You just write down the things that you felt like you could pick up on when you tried to do it. We had no direction. We had no one teaching us how. We were just like, oh, I'm just gonna like close my eyes and guess or something, like whatever our different methods were, I don't even know. And we would have a shit ton of success. People would be like, holy crap, like how would I have known that? You know, we'd write things down like pointy, long, yellow, and then it was like a pencil or whatever. It's like, dude, like that's not an accident, right?
Green words.
And so you can practice doing this all you want. And the thing about it is to like not get attached to the times where it doesn't seem to work or whatever. Just let that stuff go. But notice the times where it does seem to work, because then you can start to get the feeling of all of this to me feels the same. And the feeling of it is effortlessness. Like it
That's
is
it.
actually
It's easy.
not-
It's
yeah.
supposed to be easy. It's just
It
the
is.
intention that you set and you stay. Okay. There's this Mindex track that I have been on heavy rotation with this week because it has like this silly kind of like Valley Girl talk over the electronic music, but she's like, so the universe is really just frequency and vibration. So the only thing that really matters is your energy. And then it's just like boom, 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 boom. And but I've been taking that to heart. Like I literally have nothing to be in charge of except my charge. And if I do just that one thing, all the millions of things unfold through me, and it's effortless effort, but like it gets done big time. I mean, I'm doing videos every morning now that I have to fucking produce. It's like, but it's like not even getting in the way of other things. It's bizarre. It's like there's more time. The more charge you have, the more time you have in this wild way.
That's
Even though
true.
you think when you're on low charge mode, you're like, oops, I don't have time to take care of myself. What? There's not enough time for that. I got to do everything. But if you're focused on charge, you're like, I have plenty of time for everything and I feel great.
And anything I don't have time for won't matter anyway. So
I didn't
fuck
even need that.
shit. Yeah, like I never even needed to happen.
So perfectly true.
This is a thing that I want everyone listening to go try. This is a way to practice your psychic skills in public, is go out, and when you're out, especially for the fucking masked and vaxxed people who still have a chance, they still have a chance to be human. Just start broadcasting. Just imagine yourself broadcasting and be like, I love you. God loves you. You are loved. Don't still have a fucking solid ass boundary that like people are not allowed to come through and leech off of you, but you're going to push the message outside of that boundary and they can grab it if they want. I love you. You are loved. You are loved. Come home now. You're welcome at any time. We love you. Just do that and watch. So many people will just look at you for no reason and like
Mhm.
stare, and you can tell they have this feeling of like, huh? Like, what is that?
Yeah.
And so
Like,
like
they're
somewhere in
starting to
their
wake up to it.
subconscious, they're like, I think I'm loved. Like, try it, dude. It's awesome. I've been
It
doing
works.
it. I'm trying to do it more consciously because I've done it my whole life at various times. But lately I'm like, dude, people need this. And I have fucking nothing better to do when I'm like walking through the store. So just
You know
gonna
what
do
else,
it.
Lindsay?
Huh.
Like it's cool to practice that. I'm not saying that's not the best idea ever, but what I think too is that if you are just really feeling it and in love with life that seriously, that's all that you care about is how awesome life is. Walking through the mall is already doing that, even if
Yeah.
you're not just like thinking it out, you know.
Mhm.
No, you're
But it will
absolutely
help
right.
you feel love for life if you project it on purpose. That's for dang sure.
Well, but it'll also do this thing where it's helping you notice that you have this ability. You have this ability
Yeah.
to send messages to people and they receive them whether they fucking want to or not. So like you can use that, especially if things were to go a bit darker and you were in somewhere else that you didn't want to be, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, practicing these things is always gonna be a good positive thing
Jedi
for
mind
you.
tricks.
Jedi mind tricks. Yeah.
So yeah, that brings me to one day of brightness. If you have any spots open, like, and anybody who's listening to this should do it. It's tomorrow and it's freaking awesome. And it's Professor Lindsay puts on this thing for the whole day and we learn about attaining your superpowers.
It's really, really rad because I am so honored that I get to do this and that people come do it, because I get just as much out of it as everyone else does, which is really, really cool. And that's how anything that I think is truly in flow with nature and with source is that you get as much out of it as you put in or more. So I'm really grateful and honored to be able to do this. And we do learn, and it doesn't matter what like level you're at, or if you're like a total beginner. I've had people come to this who have like never even thought of meditation, breath work, crystals, like none of this shit. Not that that's all we do, but you know what I mean? Like they've never gone into this realm at all. And they come away being like, holy crap, like there's way more going on here in life. And I have people who are like their own sort of spiritual, masters or whatever, they've traveled this path for very long, and they come away being like, holy crap, that was deep. Like, so it doesn't matter where you're at, which is awesome. That's how things should be, in my opinion. Everybody who goes, I've never had someone who didn't say something like, wow, that was way more than I expected. Like, whoa, that was way deeper than I expected. Or like, holy shit, that like blew my mind. Which is also a great honor. And so I just have had like the most pumped up feel. Like every one day of brightness we've done, which is every solstice and every equinox, we've done it for the past 3 since the winter of 2021. And so this is the 4th, completing the cycle, which makes it really exciting too. But every single one I've been like pumped up for. I get more and more excited as it gets closer, and I get like, like I can feel it coming. This one has like a totally different feeling. Like it's like almost overwhelming to me. So I'm really, tomorrow's going to be wild. And anybody who wants to, by wild, I don't mean anything that it's not going to like suck you dry or like leave you like, restless or whatever.
You are
very
doing
grounding and very balanced, but wild as in, again, I think it goes deeper and farther than people expect. But that's, if people want to go, it's still, there technically, I think 2 tickets left, even though I actually sold them. I sold them off the site because the site wasn't working. And so I was like, well, that was probably happened, for divine reasons. And so there are 2 tickets left if people want to go to the site. And if the site works, you could buy them. And if it doesn't work, you can email me and let me know that you want a ticket.
Can you take crypto, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum?
I have a way to accept those things. Yes. I think it's at the bottom of every episode I ever do.
Do you have
I have my wallet, like whatever donation thing.
Check that out.
I just want to say on this is a good segue, Gordy, for bringing up one day, because it's exactly what we were just talking about. If you just work on your charge, then everything else is going to be great. Yeah. And so how many of us even spend a whole day just on our vibe instead of like busy work, boring work, petty squabbles, whatever might be going on in the realm. All that is your reflection of your energy, it's not the situation you're stuck in. It's so true.
That's really true. And also we've had crazy things where like people will tell me for like a week after, one day they'll write to me and be like, whoa, when we were doing this, my manifestation was about this. And then the next day this happened, or 3 days later, this happened, or like this thing fell into my lap, or that thing lined up. And this person I've been having problems with forever, just suddenly like that all came into be. I'm like, this is what it does. Like just like Chance said, when you're working on your own shit, like everything else just reflects it back.
And when you're really doing it, it's funning. It's not even working. Right. It's just pure funning.
Yeah. And there's no bullshit. I go to these things sometimes. I've been to them at least before where, it's like, oh, it's a spiritual class. And then you go and there's like, I don't know. I just feel like they start at like, I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say. I feel like there's busy work. I feel like there's like fillers. I feel like there's like,
it's just repeating. It's just like literally repeating what is on the low lungs of the ladder anywhere else. Yes. This is what you expect when you go into spiritual new age things. But no, it gets real in one day. It's like real practical, quick and dirty applications. Not dirty, but
yeah,
it's clean. Actually, yeah. It's super fresh.
Because that's how I teach. I'm like, I don't need to tell you a bunch of shit. We just need to do it. So let's fucking do this.
Oh yeah, that was I love that, because that was my thing too. Is I'm like, screw all this. Listen, this is what sing for me. Let me hear you. And then let's get to the problem, because I don't want to fuck around with all sorts of bullshit that you will never use. We're just get down to the thing and make whatever you do better.
Right. And I'm always like, well, couldn't you have just sent me this in an email? Like, why did I need to come to this fucking meeting or this thing? If we weren't going to do something, why are we here?
Exactly.
Everyone's just playing the game called like run out the clock. I'm just waiting to die.
and like let's string these people along to like another thing. If we only give them this much and then we hint at what's in the next thing, like then they'll have to pay us more. And I'm like, I hate this shit. Like, just tell me what you're going to give me. I'll pay you whatever for it, and then we'll fucking do this shit. And that,
Yeah, and one day we're bringing our best shit, and then next time we'll just have better shit by then. It's not
Yeah.
like not like we're gonna lose out because we gave it all away. This is what we're here to do, the full share, the best powers that we got, and combining that.
I think that's what a lot of teachers of any subject or whatever think is going to happen is they're like, oh, this is all I have, and so I need to like parcel it out. It's that scarcity mindset, right? None of us
Yeah.
have that in one day, so we're like, well, yeah, I'm going to be alive
I mean,
still.
Michael
So
won.
I'm going to grow more, and I'm going to develop more. And if I'm growing and developing more because I'm alive, clearly I'm going to have more to offer. Like, that's how life works. Like, I don't know.
That's why when you're like, do you want to do it again this time? Present. I was like, I have no idea what I'll do in
Sure, I'll figure it
5
out.
months, but by then I'll know. And now I'm super locked into it.
Well, and that's what's cool too, is I feel like each time I'm like, all right, like universe, guides, whatever, what do you want me to do? Like, what's best for people? And then I can, present in my opening session in the morning, and then it's like, and it just like falls in my head. I'm like, okay. And then that's what I do. And each time it's like, perfect. I couldn't do it if I tried, but it happens every time.
That's the flow state.
That's the flow.
That's what I love about these guys is that it's always a different mix of people and always like an amazing conversation. Like, and it doesn't matter what we start with, it's ending up with so much bigger than we thought it was.
Dendrites.
It's like, and that
Alan.
experimenting with experimenting with the mystical, like the orgone thing. I wasn't really sold on it. You sold me on it, Lindsay.
I wasn't sold on it. And then
Mitch fucking sold me on it.
just like
Well,
everything.
and then
universe
Mitch,
is
and
like,
now,
here, make this. I'm like, okay.
oh, you made one. I got some from you, and
I
my
was
daughter had-
resistant.
I've got
to
some of
it.
Lindsay's beautiful,
Yeah.
completely unique organite that I've never seen anyone else's like. That is extremely vibey.
Because like everything in my life, the universe
It's in
is
my
like,
utility belt, Lindsay. I have a utility belt. It's like a Batman utility belt, but it's made out of cool South American, like organic family crafted fabrics or whatever. So it's a fanny pack that has
Oh, gosh.
like 8 compartments. It's a super fanny pack. And there's like different crystals in different pockets and like business cards and stickers to hand out. But definitely my Lindsay organite is like orbed around me when I go out I don't wear it at home, but when I'm out in the world, it's like my, my Iron Man suit is my field projecting belt.
I love that. Well, I like, people were like, you should make organite. And I was like, you should go fuck yourself. Like, like I was so sick of it. I'm like, everybody makes organite. I don't need to make organite. I'm going to make art, and that's what I'm going to fucking do. And people didn't like that. And and then the universe was like, actually, you're going to make organite. And I was like, God damn it.
It's not either or,
Why?
it's yes and. You're making organite and art at the
It's
same
true.
time.
And I was like most things, I'm like, fine, I'll do it, but I'm going to do it like the way my guides, my intuition and the universe lead me to do it. I'm not going to go like find out how some other motherfucker does it, because that's how they fucking do it. And you can go get that already, but you can't get whatever this is going to be except through me. And so I started doing it. And I would literally get guidance and visions and fucking, mystical beings coming to me, telling me what to do and how to do it. And I was like, okay, I'm supposed to make this then. And I understand it more and more as I do it. And I just, I actually just made my first instructional video, because there's a new project / university type thing that I'm going to be starting. And it's going to be announced tomorrow at one day.
Funny that you call her professor.
Yeah, true. Gordon knows.
Psychic.
Psychic. And so
saying.
as I was doing this video describing it, I was understanding more and more. They say if you really want to understand something and know something, you have to teach it. So I was making this instructional video, and I was understanding more and more as I was describing it. I was like, oh, that's why this is like that. Oh, okay, this makes even more sense now, why they're like telling me to like do it like this. It's just funny. Anyway, so I ended up making organite, and I got over it. I was like, sorry everyone, that I was like, no, I'm not making organite. Sorry, I'm stubborn sometimes, universe, but I do it now. But I know too,
Yeah.
there's people who are like, that's not organite. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, I don't care. I don't care what you think. Like, I'm not doing it for you then. It's for someone else.
Yeah, and I think the big part of Organite that's overlooked, even I don't know. Okay, so I got one guy that he's really into like the Steiner stuff, and he does the radio, what is it, radiesthesia, radionics, that type of dowsing stuff, you know, but it's like high tech dowsing. And so there's this whole idea out there in that space that you've got bad vibes that can come off of stuff, and that bad vibe is invisible, and it's the wrong, like, you know, the Organite's not made right, and it's shredding your aura, and they'll say stuff like this. And I'm over here like, man, even though when this Organite is not made right by the standards of Reich, and maybe that means it's not going to have the same type of effect as like Mitch Organite would on EMF, right? But and on, you know, geoengineering, I can accept that there's a right way to approach the technological adaptations against geoengineering all day. But I'm not like really here to accept that just because someone didn't do their art project the way that you thought they should, that you like, I'm going to die from standing by this pile of metal and crystals and resin, or not die, but like shred my aura. Cause okay, I'll admit I've been into spaces of Organites where like at festivals, there's like a booth of it. And, you know, they're using like Darth Vader head molds and weird like pop culture stuff to shape the Organite. You know, it's shaped like these things. And I've been in those spaces kind of in, you know, elevated, altered states, and been able to feel bad energy in the space, and that the Organite was a source of that. But it might not have as much to do with that he made it wrong per se, but that who made it and why they made it. Like they made it to make money, and that's why they used Darth Vader and Mickey Mouse or whatever the hell as the shape.
Really?
I'm sure like isn't that what you're trying to do? You're like, oh, they'll buy it if it has this thing that appeals to their nostalgia, as opposed to, I really want to make this stuff to heal and to bring good vibes to the planet. And like, you know, some of Mitch's Orgone is not pretty at all, but effective as all get out. Yours has the aesthetic to it, Lindsay, that, and the intention behind it, that in my opinion, that's where the biggest part of what kind of Organite it is turns out to be.
Well, it's like
just like
it becomes
any object that you imbue with meaning.
Exactly, like the crystal skulls or something like that. You know, I'm sure, you know, it's just a crystal, but as they're shaping that into a human form, you know, putting that intention, that locks some sort of intention. Then the generations of intention of whatever those mystics were that were holding it, you know, put that intention, kind of creating a tulpa of sorts, maybe, but like more of a sacred kind of tulpa, or a golem.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
this also makes me think of a quick, I know I'm talking a lot, a quick story though. I had my friend Jazz over. He's the one that told us about Sundog and Mooncat on Vibrant episode 1.
That's cool.
Super awesome, dude.
Yeah.
And we were figuring out a lot more about what that is and how to navigate it and all that. But he was telling this story about how he was playing a didgeridoo, and someone who was like a Reiki healer or something along those lines runs over to him and is like, hey man, you got to be careful with your didgeridoo, because if you play the wrong frequencies, it's like bad energy for people and it will hurt them. And I'm just like, I told him, Jazz, whenever anybody comes at you like that, you just need to know that all that's happening is their ego cannot handle that you are special in some way that they can't do, a la playing the didgeridoo. And so they got to come like tell you why they know something about it that means you shouldn't even be doing it, or you're doing it wrong, like even though they can't even do it. So this is the thing. Don't let anybody poop on your parade. Like,
well, and I just always also am like, okay, so somebody made a methodology, right? They designed a methodology and it worked. And so they shared it with people, and other people were like, wow, that works. Is that the only methodology for that thing that has ever existed in all of time? Like, fuck no. And it'd be ridiculous to think that it ever would be the only thing that will ever exist for that thing. So what is Orgone? Orgone is life energy. It's chi. It's prana. It's whatever you want to call that. That's what Orgone is. It isn't something that like Reich was the only, you know, owner of, discoverer of, or person who worked with it. So if you look at it that way, like how many things have you heard of that accumulate prana or chi or disperse it or send it in certain directions or use it for certain intentions. There's 10 billion infinite ways. So why would there be one way of making orgone or orgonite? That doesn't even make sense. It's so like closed-minded and really ridiculous. But like you said, Chance, there could be different intentions, there could be different purposes. It could be that Reich's method of whatever could have really specific applications to this one thing. Whatever.
It
that's
does.
true.
It does. It's about a balance thing. It's about layering organic and inorganic materials in balance and with like a direction to the molecular design. So like
That's the basics of any
but that's
orgone.
intention. You're literally, by designing it that way, it's because you have the intention for it to work that way.
But you
So
could
it's
go
aligned
out-
with the idea of intention completely.
Yeah.
And so I'm cool with accepting that, like, for dealing with geoengineering, you should make your orgonite a certain way. But
that's
for orgonite to be wrong, like, or that's hurting you because they didn't do it right, is just
it's
you're
like
just
you said, if there's someone who's just got that intention, or they're like have no intention and it's empty, and so it's organizing energy and sending it out, but vacuous of intention, so something else can come fill it, like that could be dangerous. You could go outside right now and you could pick up a leaf and then put a rock on top of that and then put a stick on top of that, and that's an orgone accumulator.
yeah, that makes sense, especially if you decided. And also you're touching natural earth materials and just getting your hands in there in that space is that's the life force energy. That's literally life force energy. So
And it's
I
like,
actually learned about orgonite from Michael Tellinger back in like 2013.
why does that sound so familiar?
Michael Tellinger, he's a guy out in South Africa. He's the big frequency guy. Says he can he shows ancient civilizations in Africa,
Cool.
these frequency technologies and stuff with stones and hit and ring. But then I found Jay Parker, and that particular piece was of use to me. So, but it was my introduction to actually working with energy and stuff like that. So whether or not it really, no one made any promises to me with it. You just look into it, and I have particular pieces that work for this or that. If I'm gonna go out and kick some ass, I get my Cinnabar shungite piece that I made, or if I'm doing this or that, I've got some orgonite on my incubator for my chickens.
I
Oh,
love it.
cool.
Yeah,
Well, and
stuff
like-
that.
Gordon and Chance, and maybe you guys too, do like qigong, or I don't know if that's the one, but one of those. It's the
I do
same fucking
qigong.
thing, right? You're getting
Yeah.
chi, you're organizing it, and then you're
Yeah.
moving it around with your intention.
Ooh,
You don't
okay.
need orgone to do that, right?
no,
You
it
could-
definitely woke me up to energy in my
Mhm.
body was
Yeah.
that practice. But crystals did too. And
Right.
orgonite is just kind of a similar thing
right,
in that sense.
exactly.
Yeah, I
So I
do it
guess-
with both.
I get really sick of people who try to tell people like this is the way. I'm like, okay, dude, it's your way and it's working for you and it's cool, and there's fucking infinite ways, so chill out.
And I honestly
Chill
wonder when
out.
they are like, this is the way and you're wrong. I'm pretty sure at that point, like, you are not even right. Like, it's not even working for you.
Right.
Right.
But this is attractive to people, and this goes back to this whole thing of like psychopathy, sociopathy, and personality disorders, or aberrant psychologies in our society, because we all have this trained into us from a very young age to react positively to and trust psychopaths and things that are assimilated with and similar to psychopaths. So this looks like people who come out and go, this is the way, and if you don't do this, like, you're gonna be fucked, and god damn it, here we go, come on guys, we got to do it like this, which there are so many. It's disturbing, especially in our community. There's
Mhm.
so many. I would say that 90% or more of the people that people listen to are like that. And if anybody is acting like that, nobody here acts like that. Weaving Spiders Welcome is full of people who have open minds and open hearts and are thinking together. Nobody's like, I'm fucking right and you're wrong. Like, people who yell loudly and tell you they know for sure and say this is the only way and this is the one thing, like, those people, stay away from them. Those are psychopaths. Okay, they
Can I
might
do
not
a
be
quick
psychopaths.
Wait a
screen
minute.
They're psychopathic.
Do I have the ability to screen share something from
I care.
our
Yes, you
fam?
do. Go ahead.
Okay, let me pull it up. So in the Weaving chat group, there's been all this talk about like the laws of magic from some dusty old book Alan brought to our attention, as he often does, and has some great picks, and
Genius.
we got assigned a homework project to recreate this chart that's about the laws of magic. And it's basically like the way I describe this, and you'll need to see the original chart and I'll show a more sensible version of it. Maybe it's already been shown on an episode that I'm not caught up with, but yeah, it's like a Venn diagram, but instead of it being a binary, it's like a big mishmash. And it's really been on my mind lately to try to articulate this, that when you hear through your 3D external world reflections, chin waggers, talking heads on TV, even fake science, when they start talking about going quantum, things going quantum, it literally means that it's no longer, we are not going to be in an existence that is 1, 0, yes, no, true, false anymore. That's a law of nature that we've accepted and we've rolled that way, but it seems to not be the case for much longer. For some of us, we're already past it. And what I mean is, it's like, not that truth is relative, but that truth is infinite. So there's lots that it isn't. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot that it is. And our definitions of it are always, at best, all we can do is a yes and. Kind of got this from watching how Jim responds to people too, oddly enough. But this is a thing, instead of shooting them down and be like, well, here's why this is actually inaccurate based on my research, you go, whoa, that makes me think of this aspect of things I've looked at. Instead of, no, you're wrong. It's just like, oh, cool. What about this too? And we should just think about that. But anyway, here's the screen share, because Rachel in the group, who was so awesome, did an artistic rendition of this chart. And I just wanted to show it for the beauty, because it captures the idea
cool,
without any of the text and stuff. There's a legend at the bottom left, but just look at this.
Rachel's amazing.
This is some cool art, guys. I'm stoked on it. So hope you don't mind me showing it. I think you gave me permission.
I hope so.
She just posted it.
It's beautiful.
Very cool.
And in the original, all those bubbles had words that overlapped with each other conceptually, and that was all cool. But this gives me the exact same feeling without the English.
Yeah.
Maybe even a better
honestly,
feeling.
It's more precise. It's more effective. Language is as an author, I'm allowed to say language is a clumsy, stupid, inefficient system.
So true. I'll bring it down now. If you look at that, my version of it that I did just linguistically, and I just recreated it with the text, but more clear text. It's boring. Oh my God, it's Gabriel. What up, dude?
Gabriel,
Hi.
buddy.
Champion.
What's happening?
When are you coming back on Interverse, dog?
Oh, anytime. Let me know. Let's do it.
All right.
Nice
Really soon.
melon, Snake.
He brought us the gun show. Now he's showing off his melons. This is
His
his
personal
He's
melons.
He's non-binary, like we're saying.
He's slutty.
Nice.
From the garden.
Wow, beautiful.
James, tell us something.
Well, let's see. I had a little stressful moment right before the show. 'Cause my 4 chickens flew the coop, so I was running around
What?
chasing them. And
Oh,
I grabbed one and put it back, and then the other 2 followed. But the 4th one got scared and flew over the fence into the neighbor's yard.
oh no. Which
I got
neighbor?
The
The neighbor?
neighbor,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh no.
the neighbor that got some disagreements with him. So hopefully the chicken makes it back over the fence.
Oh no.
But I couldn't hop.
So
the
you're
fence
wearing
to
that
go
shirt
find
in
him.
their honor.
Yeah,
Safety to the
Aw.
chicken.
I'm
You're
the
calling
rooster.
them back in with the sympathetic resonance.
That's right.
Lindsay, it's great to
Wise.
see you and talk to you in person.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
You got to
Oh,
get
you guys
slick on,
haven't
dude. It's
connected.
off
You've
the
gotta-
chain.
Yeah.
What?
You need to get slick on Rogue because he's off the fucking chain.
Madness.
Absolutely, he is.
We'll do it. We'll make it happen.
Nice. I love it. Nice improv group tonight.
I'm
Yes,
super into
right?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
Very
I was
cool.
just telling someone that people eat watermelon with spoons, and here we are witnessing it in real life.
So do you guys eat salt or sugar on your watermelon?
I just
None.
eat watermelon. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
watermelon.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
On your watermelon.
Oh.
This is what I'm talking about. Off the fucking chain.
We'll do a whole episode just on cinnamon. It's weird because my brain
Do you
was
really?
whispering cinnamon to me today, and I was like, "Why cinnamon?" And it was like, "You need it." And I was like, "Okie dokie."
You know, I was just looking at a Moroccan chicken recipe that had cinnamon, fresh ground cinnamon and turmeric and ginger.
Yum. I throw
And
cinnamon in the weirdest shit, and it turns out so good.
it's great, right?
It's like my second favorite spice.
First,
Are you guys gram masala fans?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
I've been I need to get a hold of a new jar because I'm all out, but that's probably pretty good on watermelon. If cinnamon's good, for gram masala probably brings it to the next level.
I like
Yeah, I want to
it.
throw out there the intention that I would love to see Rachel on a spider weave sometime, who I just showed
Yeah.
her art. Just throwing it out there. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not for lack of trying, Rachel.
Okay, good. Well, we just called her out big time. We're summoning you.
And
Yeah,
Kaylee.
she and I went down the
Yes to Kaylee. So smart. She helped me a bunch with some chart stuff where people that like I paid to didn't give me the words that unlocked so much. So thank you for that. We did like heady trades for some sound healing.
Nice.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah, so Rachel and I went down the cat rabbit hole yesterday. Oh, you're gonna try it, Snake?
He's doing it.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Catch us up on that, dude. I saw the group form for the
Uh-huh.
specialty topic, but I haven't been able to get in there. Things are just
Yeah.
really going fast.
Yeah, well, we talked about, I have this really weird theory that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is of the cat bloodline. And hold on, what do you think, Snake? Be honest.
Very good.
Hey, all right. Mikey likes it. That's
What
cool,
you
yeah.
eating? Nothing, honey.
So yeah, I have this really crazy theory that Ruth Bader Ginsburg, her death was like the ideal day. She died on the perfect day. It's a super sacred holiday for her spiritually, and they rushed to get her in the ground really quick, and they kind of cut some corners to make it happen on exactly the right day. Well, and I believe I can go into more detail, but I believe she is of the that time of year is a season where they in Egyptian lore they honor Bast, and Bast is the cat-headed goddess of Egypt. Well, that pattern is a one-for-one corollary to Antonin Scalia, who passed on the opposite side of the zodiac. And he died on Lupercalia. And he was a member of the St. Herbert's, the Order of St. Herbert. And they are hunters. And Lupercalia is the day kind of has to do with the hunt and having dogs helping you in the hunt. And his name is Scalia, and he dies on Lupercalia, and Luper is the wolf.
Yeah.
So they're two pillars on the opposite end of the spectrum. I don't have my
Cat dog.
daughter. What's that?
Cat dog.
Cat Dog Cat Corporation, y'all. Check this out. And so I believe that she's of the cats. And this, I can kind of fill in some blanks here. I'm not just pulling this out of nowhere. Her features are cat-like, and people who have leprosy, their facial deformities take on the appearance of a cat. And I don't think she had leprosy. I think somebody in her family, in her bloodline, had leprosy. And she is expressing that
The
genetic.
nose. I'm just Googling it. The nose.
So I believe that she represents Bast, the cat-headed goddess of Egypt. And yes.
Mm.
And now here's where it gets really weird. Okay, so she's Bast. She is the cat. Antonin Scalia is the dog. and they are on polar opposites of one another. And when Mike Pence was making his closing argument in the vice presidential debates, he brought up the fact that Antonin Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg were ideological opponents of one another, and that we all assume that they don't get along. But he let the cat out of the bag when he tells everybody right to their face, live to the whole nation. He says, guess what? They went to dinner with each other. They celebrated holidays together. We're all friends behind the scenes. And you think these guys don't get along because they have different ideological affiliations. But in fact, they go to dinner and they toast every night and they're all friends behind. It's all a show. He
Dude
told
looks like a
everybody
dog.
to their face.
This guy has dog energy.
Yeah, sure.
Look
Got
at the
the
jowls,
jowls.
you know,
Tenacious.
the jowls, and like that all the photos they're showing him at least jovial, if not like really
Not bearing his
teasing. Not like Ruth, who looks like a pissed off cat. You're onto some shit, Slick. You always are.
Isn't that amazing? So I don't have a Egyptian god to correlate him to other than Anubis, maybe Set, you know, but in Mike Pence, in his speech, he actually says they are polar opposites of each other. So there's
Literally.
yes, those are your equinox, your summer and your spring equinox. So here we have two animals guarding the gate. One is a dog, one is a cat. And so I kind of make that joke about reigning like cats and dogs. We're talking about reigning in the royal context. You know, these people are from the elite, highest bloodlines. And it's
Wow.
almost like, I don't even know if I believe they died because, you know, they cut all those corners on the autopsies and got them in the ground extra quick. That has to do with certain religious propensities out there that they get them in the ground real quick. Nice. Hey, Leo. He's a Leo and a dog.
Speaking of,
Nice.
Wow, that's a
There's-
weird sync, homie.
there's a thing I'm studying called the Kemetic Tree of Life, which is it's Egyptian. It's not Egyptian, predates Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, it is the original Tree of Life, from which the other Tree of Lives have just
Yeah.
like the original Israelites and everything else, maybe.
Yeah.
And so that places an Egyptian god at each point of each of the Sephiroth.
Yes.
So it'd be interesting to look at that and see which might correlate with what you're talking about. Because talking about the poles, like I would expect that they're directly opposite each other on one of those levels. Maybe even top to bottom, but probably not. Probably left to right.
Mhm.
It's
I
interesting
don't
too
have it in
because
front of me, or else I would look and see. But it's like in another room.
yesterday had a visit with a friend from out of town who stayed over, and like we went and played outside and did all kinds of fun stuff. But dude is he was on my first episode of Vibrant. Really funny guy, but just like a nomadic soul. Trips a lot, gets into just funny situations, and he's got this entire life philosophy based on a cartoonish idea called Sundog and Mooncat. And we had all these conversations about it where he's describing how every time something is just going wrong out of the blue, he just looks at it like that's Mooncat trying to make me afraid or make me think things are going to suck. But Mooncat and Sundog are secretly best friends. And if I realize that Mooncat being there means that Sundog is literally just waiting for me to open the door to him by accepting what's going on and looking for Sundog, then the best things will come out of even what seemed like a bad deal. And so there's this whole like life philosophy he spent hours explaining to me and justifying with all kinds of stories. And it's a very interesting sync for me that we're also now talking about the cats and dogs and how they're secretly friends behind the scenes.
And he even says something about the gates, that there's a door involved. And so the equinoxes represent a gate, a passing over, a crossing of a threshold. Wow.
Yeah. So,
Passover. Mm,
and I bet,
Where
I
we
wonder if
seen
he
that
just
come
got
up,
this information
Gabriel?
from like DMT elves or something, because he's a pretty out there dude.
Well, one of the themes that we've been seeing in the all the silent movies that we've been watching on Fridays is there is all this we're seeing these cycles happen over and over again of child sacrifice and Moloch and Balor and Baal, and like it all happens in looks like these cycles, because in the 20s they kept, for some reason, all these movies, the very first horror movies are all kind of that theme, and they all link to either Moloch or child sacrifice or mind control, and not or all of those, like every single one of them has all these occult symbols in them. They all lead to transhumanism. They all lead to mind control, and it's the craziest thing. We were even stumbling onto them accidentally as YouTube suggestions, because like last night we're doing what were we doing? Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and it's all about mind control and this sleepwalker that is controlled by Dr. Caligari, and he it's kind of a Manchurian Candidate thing where he has this guy go and kill people, but it also has to do with child sacrifice, and you see these themes over and over again with a monster with flowers, and the guy who knows the truth is sent to the nut house, and it's happening over and over again. And now we're watching F.W. Murnau's Faust, and it's got all the same themes in it over and over again. It's crazy. It's hard not to see them now.
It's really, they've never changed their script. Like
No.
been doing that same script for thousands of years. Remember the demon name, according to the radionic machine, IDF machine, that Phoenix Aurelius did on the first ever live IDF ever in the history of ever on Rogue Ways, came up with the demon name Baalam Moloch, which people don't want me to say out loud, but I do. So,
Yeah, it has no power over us.
Yeah.
but it's like BA''ALAM space capital MOLOCH. And it's interesting because Baal, Baalam, Moloch, those seem like three different entities, but it's interesting to consider if they are all one, how many different angles they're playing.
Well, I gotta
Kind of like that
speak up for-
polarity we were talking about too.
Mm-hmm.
with the stuff me and Alan been looking at with Pierre Sabak, and I know Alan's way ahead of me, and he just likes to leave people breadcrumbs and watch as they find their way through the labyrinth. But
He loves to do that.
yeah, I was just like, what do you really know, Alan? I just want to get in there and find out. But anyway, these titles that we associate with entities, they're really more in the etymological sense titles, like referring to a class of beings rather than a single being. So there's
Yes.
that. And I hear myself echoing back on somebody, just
Oh,
throw that out
That's
there.
probably me. I think of the three-headed Cerberus guarding the gates of Hades, and the fact that Baal Malak is three entities in one.
Mhm.
Because
Well, we've been-
malak in Hebrew is a sailor or an angel. It's literally a double meaning word, sailor or an angel. But then when you get into like, well, what's an angel? It's these seraphic, seraphim type, flaming reptilian serpent jinn spiritual beings. So what could be coming through the IDF, just as an idea, isn't that like maybe we've made an egregore of Baal, and there's that as a possibility, but maybe we're talking about like a species, not a specific one,
This
because Sabak makes a really good case even for like Yahweh being referring to a type of being, not a specific one being.
that whether or not that's true, and it seems more likely that that's true than anything else, those people who are, I mean, I don't even think they know anymore. There's so many things that they're doing where I'm like, you like didn't understand that that's not what was meant by what you're like trying to enact this shit and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking. I know somehow and you don't know. Like I think they've been so inbred
Yeah.
and so like twisted out of whatever original
I
shit
know,
they
we
thought
need to
they were
help them.
doing. Like I don't think they realize what you are saying. I think some of them probably do, like really, really rare, like some of them, and not any of the people we've ever heard of their names. They're all like,
Right.
oh no, I'm actually sacrificing children and chickens to this entity or whatever. Like
Yeah, they're
that's
just
what
in
they
the
think is
child.
happening.
They're just stuck in their dark child.
Coming for the
Yeah.
kids.
They got the ultimate power. This is like also a
Dude.
theme that you'll see all throughout like books, kids books, even, you know, like the His Dark Materials series. Like they're, you know, the soul of a child holds the key, the
Oh.
infinite energy.
Yeah, his Dark Materials. People should pay attention to the Golden Compass thing. It's
Well, I think it's the septenary path where they go from 0 to 7, your pure being, and then your final stage is just like the tarot card. It's pure being. So they go for that pure being from up to the age of 7, and that's when your soul comes in. It starts to, according to the old Hermetic principles and Kemet, probably you'll find that in these, you know. So what's the value of these children that they're after? I don't know, life, because
Yeah.
it's, you know,
Because they're not connected to
Predator.
source anymore. And so they need to refill their sick little fucking vessels.
it'd be that simple. I mean, they're coming for the kids, guys. I can't.
That's one
I'm
thing
listening
that
to
Jazz
Jan
explained
today.
is that the
Let it go. Mm-mm.
if people are too scared of Mooncat and they don't let Sundog in, they eventually become a vessel for Mooncat, and they're not even in there anymore. And it's like he said there's a giant, like 3 mile tall, big panther, evil super Mooncat, and that it's trying to put little Mooncats in the people and replace humanity with only Mooncat platforms.
This is your buddy's cosmology that he got.
It's his cartoon cosmology based on tripping a
Yeah.
lot, but it's like he's actually complete. Like he doesn't even do research into things we do, but he's like nailing it just in a different metaphor. It's pretty amazing.
See, which is, goes back to what we were talking about before, that it's stupid to think that there is a way and that that's the way and is the only thing. Because
His way is cool because it makes you laugh a lot, and that's a good way to let Sundog in.
And I
Oh,
just,
nice.
fuck this thing. Sorry, I'm distracted. I just, you know, people, it's like whatever tradition you chose, right? You're like, okay, I'm into this tradition and this is what I'm doing. This is what's giving me a lot of wisdom and experience and understanding right now. And it's helping me a lot or whatever. That's cool. Who was the first person in that tradition, right? They got it from somewhere and it wasn't someone else or something. Well, maybe it was, right? But like they got it from like divine inspiration or internal understanding or whatever. So why can't anybody anywhere do that at any time? They can. You can. Anybody can. Like it's this weird fucking idea we have that we have to find like a teacher and a way and study. And I'm not saying don't, because all of that is really valuable. But it's
Mhm.
weird. It's weird to me when people get like caught up on like this path, that person, this teacher. I'm like, yeah, that one's cool too. They're all really fucking cool.
Yeah. You know, I listened to a channel called Esoterica by a fellow Professor Justin Sledge. And he's breaking down Kabbalah and all these ancient texts, and he's all over the place. And it's very valuable. I do not agree with him on a lot of things, but it's very valuable. And he points out that when Christianity came on the scene, it had this really annoying quirk, and that is that it was young, that it was new, and it was based on a baby. And that was that was what was novel about it. And everybody else, all the other priests and all the other religions of the time were like, no, it's got to come from like elders who handed it down from elders and elders and elders. It's got to have this lineage of elders going back so far that it's lost in obscurity and probably doesn't really actually mean shit. And people
The
can
learned
tap in.
elders.
What's that?
The learned elders of
Right. Right. And that's basically just opening up bloodlines for divine right of rule, lost to the annals of time. And Christianity was really annoying because it was fresh and it was focusing on the children. It was giving the children sacred value. Right. And that was throwing a cog in the wheel. That was the stumbling block of the gospel, so to say. So yeah, I think it's kind of interesting that there is a religion that makes the child the most important thing, the most precious thing. And that's the line in the sand that we're all kind of honing in on right now.
It actually sounds like the most nature aligned thing you could possibly prioritize. So I'm in.
Is
You know,
protecting
we're saying in the
innocent.
chat to embrace the dark side. I want to point out my take on that is that, you know, it's not about going dark. It's about recognizing your potential to, you know, if someone threatens the child, to kill them. But it's not about going dark just to go dark. or anything. It's about also realizing that when the dark stuff happens that felt out of your control, it was all there to open the way to something to make you more powerful or show you where you had a hole so that you could get whole.
I'm so glad you keep talking about being whole, please, Chance. That's good. Good. Thank you.
All right. I'll eventually say something else about it someday.
We got my finger cut off, and that's all I thought about forever. I was like,
I'm
serious.
sorry, Snake.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Calling you
I-
out.
I thought about
Literally
that.
thrust me into wholeness and what that means. That was
It's
my-
a
that's
feel
what
thing.
I went
You know,
for.
I remember thinking that when you first sent that picture over when it happened, that I was thinking, oh wow, this is like a time of reflection. You're gonna figure out you're gonna have to like reflect on what you are and how you define yourself. You know, when something like that happens, it's like you really gotta. I was wondering if you were gonna go introspect.
I'm in the middle of the national forest all by myself. It's
You can't help it, right?
yeah. Well, I mean, for me, it's like, oh, hey, there's Snake. How you doing, Snake? It's just me.
Yeah.
So that's when that's what I mean by surrendering to shadow. Just whatever comes up, I'm gonna deal with it, and
Mhm.
you just don't know what's gonna come up. When you guys, Lindsay, you've been really good about keeping on the topic of healing. Healing might not look what people think like healing looks like. It
I
means
don't think it ever does.
no, and I'm glad you talk about that stuff. That's my little lifesaver for the day because I know I'm on the path. When you're just by yourself, and I got an awesome fellowship like my tribe here, and you guys are doing the things you do, like
So
chanting
good.
today. I mean, that's it. Every single one of you have done that for me so far, and I hope at least I might get to repay that to you someday. But
You're paying.
you know,
You
that's
called
all-
me
By
from
being here,
from a
buddy.
mountaintop and gave me a bunch of energy. It was pretty cool.
it's my spot.
I really like one of the things that I've come to over and over again in my own path is this fact. After I talked about how it can't be one way, here's one of the ways it is for sure. That you have to be absolutely and radically honest, like with yourself, which is fucked up. And most people, like you're saying, like it's not what people think, right? They're like, oh yeah, I don't even know, I can't even think of a good example. But what it actually is being like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit in that way. Like I really fucked that up. Or like I have this fucking like thought in my mind that is like really dark. Like, where does this come from and like why? And okay, what about this time where I like really hurt that person or whatever it is? And it's like the never ending story, which I always go back to. The moment that is the most difficult in the entire journey is the magic mirror moment, because people looking at their actual self will go insane because they can't handle the truth of how ugly and dark some of the shit inside of you is.
And then there's a level beyond that of how powerful you are despite that stuff. And then that's scary because like, oh man, if I'm this powerful, I don't want to know that. I could.
Well, yeah. This is the key
that
of suffering, is that you have to actually go through that suffering in order to find the power. The power doesn't come out in you until you go through your suffering. That's the key to it, right? So this shadow work and this dark stuff, I think a lot of people are like, oh, it means you go out into the woods and play death metal and fuck. And I'm like, I mean,
add to that too, Lindsay, that
I wish.
there's a realization
That'd
that
have been a lot
Gabriel
better.
presented
there
to
are
me.
people who do that and say
Funny.
that, and like they think that's what it is.
Seriously?
And I'm like, I guess. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily what is meant, but I guess do you. But I wanna
Good mental image.
I want to add to that, like when people come to me for spiritual healings, I always say this, like I think 90%, I think most of the time people are expecting me to go into this ceremonial space and find demons and entities that have been forcing them to do these fucked up things and to repeat these cycles and to be like, have this horrible suffering life and whatever. And maybe like 1 out of 10 times I go in and find that. And the rest of the time, what I find is these things that we all have and do, which is our own like demons that we created by like ignoring ourselves, rejecting ourselves, hurting other people or whatever, and reinforce our whole lives until it seemed like a different entity and it seemed like something else. And nobody wants to confront that. Nobody likes it when I come back and I'm like, actually, you have this thing you made and it's hurting
Mhm.
you still, and it's you. And you have to go into that and heal that. And people are like, you know, like I would feel if someone was saying that to me, like, fuck you, who do you think you are? Like, nobody wants to look in the mirror and see that stuff. And it is really dark often and really disgusting. And that's the shit you got to be like radically honest about yourself, with yourself, about all this like love and light shit that people project, and they're like, there's nothing really wrong with it, right? Except that almost all of them ubiquitously are like, you're not allowed to feel anger, you're not allowed to be in the darkness, and the darkness is something other than you, that you need to reject even further. And I'm like, well, now you're going to go deeper into the delusion, and you're not going to get into your true empowerment.
Well, that's
Spiritual
what makes it
bypassing.
inauthentic.
Can I frame this in a mooncat sundog allegory?
I'm sure you can.
Okay, I know I can. Okay, so Jazz, he's really wise. I'm telling you, he talked to me my ears off for hours, and he told this story about this, really annoying guy, super beta, passive aggressive thing that was plaguing the energy space of his friend group. And they were at this hotel, and the guy was like, "Oh, I'll just have to share a room with you, Jazz." And basically, Jazz, in the moment, he just snapped, and he was like, "I'd rather fucking shoot you." And wasn't kidding. Like, he just expressed how much he really honestly did not like this dude's energy and his constant boundary violations through his silly beta manipulative passive aggressive shit. And so my point is that as soon as the sort of mooncat energy inside of, I really have a problem with this person, just gets expressed and put out, then immediately he felt fine and felt really good and didn't overthink it. But if you left that expression inside yourself, I mean, you don't have to express it like that. But if you leave some hard or negative expression inside yourself without putting it out there, because all you think you can only be love and light to succeed, then that feeling just lives inside you now for as long as it takes for you to set the boundary between you and whatever it is that gives you that feeling. And Gabriel made me really keen to this idea he was presenting about the protagonist of a story being the one that's professional at agony, and that we identify with all these heroes through their flaws, their wounds, and their fucked up darkness. And more and more in like the superhero movie culture, that's the case, that they're anti-heroes at best, or flawed, super flawed heroes. But what I think I need to add to this, in defense of love and light, is that, yeah, you got to be able to get the dark expressions out in a healthy way. But when you have healed, it's like so much of this culture is about just the perpetual healing and never actually being healed. And when you are healed, what it looks like is flow state. And flow state is nonstop love, light, and fun. I'm not kidding. It's the best. It is actually consistent love and light. And then when something pops up that takes you out of that personal energy that feels that good and that easy and that automatic and everything's working and opportunities and synchronicities, when you encounter that mooncat energy and you know that the only thing that's real is your flow, then you will express the boundary you need, or you'll be honest with yourself or whatever, and just get right back into flow. So it's not like there's only love and light, but you can live in a state where you're basically all the time in this crazy, powerful vibe, if that makes sense.
I'll add to that truth that there's something that some of the masters would call the, what do they call it? The heart of sorrow. I want to say is what they call it. I could be wrong. Someone will know. But hey. hey.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put.
Did you want to say hi?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi.
I'm gonna be right back and show her something cool.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Oh, I'm so excited.
We really like you, Lindsay.
Oh my God, I love him already. So you have this, and
That
it's
was
not
Sundog AF.
It's not out of flow state, and it's but it's sorrowful, and it's and really it comes from your infinite compassion that you unlock by really digging in and sitting with your own pain, sorrow, agony, harm, all of this fucked up shit that you've healed. Now what it feels like, right? When you look at another entity, energy, experiencing those states, you have infinite compassion for that. You know, you can't do anything about it. That's theirs. They have to do it themselves. And so you have this compassion for that. It feels something like sorrow, and it's not negative though, right? So you can look out at the world and you have this nearly infinite sadness. It's heartbreaking, but it also is incredibly loving, which also feels good. So it's this weird dichotomy where you're like, I feel so sad for the fact that you have to experience so much more suffering before you can let it go. And yet I love you so much, and that feels so good to love you so much and connect with you so deeply.
Definitely got to go through it at some
Look
point.
at that hat.
That's
It's not
cool.
a hat, it's a helmet, huh?
Ellis is a historian. He likes to
Wow.
collect military.
This is Swiss.
It's a Swiss
Ooh.
hat.
Tell us more about it.
Ooh.
Why is it like that? Show us the things on it.
So it's like this because there's a cover on it.
Nice.
Yes, I got the jacket for it. Well, actually, a sniper jacket.
Did you get it for your
Ooh.
birthday?
No, you had it. Remember?
Oh,
Oh
that's
well,
right.
this I got for my birthday.
Is that so you can hide better in the forest? That's cool. Do you use
And
it?
then-
Do you go hide in the forest?
Well, I really do a tree.
Our friend down the road, he's a combat vet.
I really climb into
He
a
taught
tree.
Ellis how to do army crawls and camouflage his hat and stuff like that.
That is
Nice.
exactly what I was doing when I was your age.
I know, right?
I was climbing trees and army crawling through trenches.
We all were. Yeah, you're normal.
Yeah, you're normal.
You want to see my plastic Brody helmet?
No, it's all right.
Why?
We're doing a show.
I know.
You want to listen?
I love your helmet. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good to see you, Ellis.
This is the liner in it.
It is a line. It's a good one.
Good to see you, Ellis.
Mom, oh hey.
So this is interesting. I'll just add real quick. He's got a couple friends, and they're all the same age. They're all really interested in this time period of World War I, World War II.
This isn't.
And it always makes me think of Neil Howell. He had caught my attention before and his talk about the cyclical generations.
It was backwards. I was
So,
writing it backwards.
It's pretty obvious that we're trying to there's some things that they don't control, but they can manipulate. And that would be what we're talking about here. And that's why I kind of call Ellis the first turning.
Dad, I was wearing
He's-
it backwards. This part that goes like this has to.
This is the generation that seals the deal and
Ah,
and
Yeah.
finishes it.
Yeah, man.
They're gonna be heroic. They're gonna
Fatality.
be fatality. Yeah, our kids.
I was just
And-
reading too about their ability to just neutralize anything by just like having already internally neutralized it and just being like, yeah, so like
I
whatever.
And
You know,
my
that's true. My daughter like has this, like, she's started to give me rocks, you know, like she got into crystals way before me, and
Huh.
and she started giving me rocks, and I keep them in my pocket now because I know they work. Like I
Nice.
trust her intuition way more than I trusted mine. Thank God at the time, but like she has this depth and strength that I didn't have at that age. And I am so impressed with some of these young people like that are really standing their ground. I am like so proud of some of these kids. We're not alone, guys. There is the next generation. They're not all zombies.
No.
They're not. And
Well, I
there,
think
there are some
because-
very powerful beings in that generation, like that kid right there.
He can't ride the bus anymore.
Why?
We've had to have a talk about. Well, he's setting his boundaries everywhere he goes. We put him back in public school this year after homeschooling, and it was an experiment, something he wanted to do. Not even 3 weeks in, and we get a call from the bus company or whatever. Ellis won't wear a mask, and we're like, it's
Good.
more than he won't wear one. He gets on the bus and he goes, I am not wearing that mask. That's not what I'm doing, because they'll offer it to him, and he goes to the back. So he's making little scenes, which is fine.
I take it and then I just leave it.
Yeah, you just leave it. That's
I
what we
just
do
left
now.
it on the bus.
So he kind of got a lesson in getting attention drawn to him. We'll never. Yeah.
Good. You don't ever have to put anything on your body that you don't want to.
I just
My body, my choice.
on the seat.
You're a
When I went-
minor. Who are your guardians?
You.
That's right. So if any adult or anybody tries to talk you into something without mom or dad being there, what do?
Tell you.
Yeah, you wait. You say, I'll wait until I get my mom and dad here, or my grandma and grandpa, because you're a
Yeah.
minor, right?
I was wearing it backwards.
Oh, I see.
What? That goes like it curves like
Teach
a
your
jelly-
children this because
goes
it changes
like
the
here.
game. Like my children, I had a lot of trouble with the county police, St. Louis County Police, when they took over our little, and we saw them jackbooted day one, 1997. They're out there, young guys. I don't know what the deal. They're jacked up. Oh, I know. It's called LEAP, Law Enforcement Exchange Program, JINSA.
Mm.
They sent them to Israel to train with the IDF.
What is
They
this?
came back and they're like, "Oh, you're
What
a
is this
17-year-old
stuff
terrorist for
that's in the
smoking weed."
watermelon?
Anyway, I did still have a sense of about, hey, you're not searching my car. Hey, you're not doing this. And it got me in a lot of trouble. Like they didn't know what to do. Eventually, it wound up me getting beat near death, actually, by the thing. I feel that. So, but teach your children, you're a minor. You don't have to answer any of these questions unless your mom or dad are there. They'll always have that kind of like sense again, because my mom and dad will be there for me.
Yeah.
Or, put some, because right now, man, they're trying to get kids to say, you can't consent to sex, you can't consent to marriage, you can't do any of these things up until you're 18. Hey, if you're 5, go ahead and take an experimental mRNA vaccine. Oh, yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
And cut your junk off and like inject yourself with a bunch of hormones. Yeah,
So I don't know, whatever you can do to instill that into your children, do it now.
Yeah, and teach them how to
First of all.
fight their own fights. When their teacher is bullying them, don't just go in and bully over the teacher. You show your kid how to beat them at their own game. So one of the coolest things that my wife is a super badass. I have to,
she is.
like, she's taking down criminals. That's all I could probably say in public. But she empowered my daughter she was being bullied by this teacher. And she's like, well, let's making a scene, let's figure out why he's wrong, how we can do it better, write a letter to him and, present it that way and actually have a discussion about it. And she did. And it humbled that dude in a way that he had to thank her later on in the year for teaching him a lesson. And
This is your daughter and her teacher, her
Mhm.
relationship.
Mm-hmm. It was beautiful. My wife's a badass, dude. She teaches, she taught her daughter how to fight her own fights. Like, and I try to too in other ways. And
When I was at-
she stood up to like, a lot of pressure. This past year, she's gotten, these young people have so much pressure on
Dude,
them from the
it's unreal.
zombies. It's unreal.
I want to take the ball and do like a alley-oop to Gabe, see if he can dunk it. Because I've noticed that this month and right now, the theme through all the universal messages has been like, boundaries and you win, boundaries and you win. And so this like super solar plexus-y treasure has just been coming up. And I even like realized that my nickname for the solar plexus is the treasure chest, because if you're living from your chest, all your gifts are in there and all the gold and energy, and you can pass them out. But so Virgo is where we were just at, and now we're going into Libra. And I've always looked at Virgo as a very defensive energy, interested in protecting others, but also kind of very self-defensy. And I want to see what Gabe thinks of like this idea on the tarot sky clock level. Do you notice a similar energy in the field right now on this particular subject?
Yeah. Boundaries. That's step number 2 of self-defense, is first is awareness, then is boundaries, then comes control or commitment or combat. But, and we just went over a boundary with this fall equinox. And so in the difference between Virgo and Libra they're almost diametric. The concept of a Virgo is purity, and then Libra is like, it's oily, it's tainted, it's tinted, it's large amounts. It's like it's almost like the first time you have sex. Sorry, the first time yeah, sorry about that. But sorry. But once you break that boundary, once you engage with something, there's no going back, and it's all or none now. And I feel like that energy has kind of come into the scene in a major way recently, with certain headlines.
With certain things trying to penetrate people who've remained unpenetrated up till now.
Yes. And that's what, that goes back to what Snake was talking about, coming after the kids, and that's the line in the sand. And so to a large degree, a lot of these headlines have been crossing that line in the sand and pushing all the triggers and kind of, making it feel like there's no going back from here, and it's time to get active. It's time to activate, and, in a whole lot of ways. But one point I want to make here with boundaries, and I'm going to quote an ex of mine. She has a really good maxim. She says, the term being nice, that's not a compliment. People say, oh, he's nice, that they're nice. That is not a compliment. And we need to draw a better standard of expectation on people than just being nice. And if you think about it, being nice is the bare minimum you could hope from a human being, so don't think that being nice is a compliment at all. In fact, it means that you're getting to see. And if you want to,
let me expand on that real quick and then pick up, because in Webster's 1828 dictionary, almost all the definitions are bad. Over, like, delicate, fastidiously squeamish, easily injured, weak, foolish, effeminate, trivial, unimportant. Like, all these are meanings of the word nice in original etymological origins.
Yep. And I would say those would be attributes.
Nice guys finish last. I'm sorry.
Right. And those would be attributes of a virgin. A virgin just wants to be nice. Let's keep, and then once they break that, they lose that innocence, then it's on. And things get really intense, really fast right away when you cross those boundaries. And that's the case in self-defense too. So one thing in self-defense, we have a concept called interviewing. And that's when somebody comes up to you and they're like, hey man, you got a lighter? And as soon as you have a lighter, or as soon as you say, no, I don't have a lighter, I wish or you act nice, then that's when they know they can walk on you. And so being nice is like putting a target on your face. You're like telling them, I'm the one you were looking for. You found Mr. Chump right here. I'm the virgin, and you can come on over and take from me.
I needed to hear this.
Yeah. So we've crossed that boundary. We're done with being nice. We're done with being Virgos, and it's time for action. It's time to be liberal with our active side of ourselves, and
with our judgment and discernment, really, is what another Libra meaning there.
Yep.
Liberal, but also liberal with being in balance, which is how you flow.
Right. And I want to point, I was, Lindsay, what you were talking about earlier, I kept thinking about, are you guys all familiar with Christopher Hitchens? I think is his name.
That's the atheist guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember why, but
Materialist
I
guy.
know his name.
He's
Yeah,
kind of a good arguer, kind of a prick.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's a prick. He's not nice. And he wears it on his face. And his whole attitude, his whole demeanor is like, you're going to hate me for this, but guess what?
This is Dylan. My friend Dylan.
Yeah. So and we could learn a lot from him, but he's been coming up in my mind lately a lot for the strangest reasons. but one of his primary arguments against religiosity in general, he would say Christianity, but I take this to apply to even the state and even the forms of remedy that we seek from the state and through the state. And he points out that it is completely irrational to use somebody else as a stand-in for your need to make things better again. And that's his main argument. He's saying, because Jesus got up on a cross and died, now you think everything's going to be good if you just focus your energy or channel it. And that's his argument. But I would take it even further. I would say, just because you think the cops are going to come and die for you, this is all the dynamic of the scapegoat. Having a lawyer stand in for you in a court of law to speak for you in a language you don't even understand what you signed on for.
Everything about the parasitic class is being a middleman.
Yes. Yeah.
The abdication of self.
Yes.
Middle management is the scourge of this country right now.
But it goes both ways, because of what Gabriel is describing, this dynamic of like pushing it off onto the scapegoat or like the Messiah mentality.
Yep.
It also creates the void and the place in our life for middlemen to come in and become parasites. So we literally are creating parasites in the fractal by having this do it for me. Delegation is abandonment.
But what Jesus actually said is, you are the light in the way. I
Exactly.
am, follow me. You are the light in the way. And people were like, oh, so you'll do it for me. Cool, bro. See you later. Bye. Thanks. Like, and this is why,
advocate or mediator.
and this is
Now it
why
makes me think about that comment of the sun is leaving our system. Maybe we're supposed to figure out how to be the sun. Who knows?
and this is why my entirety of my public facing self and everything I've done has been, the baseline is take responsibility for yourself, a radical self-responsibility in as many ways as you can. And I'm not saying I'm like amazingly perfect at it, but I try to go further and further into it more and more, because there's really literally nothing else that could like save the world more than if everybody took responsibility for self truly. And that goes back to what we were saying about like diving into your own darkness and sitting with it and healing it yourself. It totally would completely undo in a heartbeat this entire like victim culture mentality that is tearing the fabric of society apart, because there would be nobody left who could say, I'm offended and so you should blank, because just that statement is ridiculous. Who cares if you're offended? It will never matter. Never, ever, ever will it matter how you feel at all. Doesn't matter. It matters to you, and you need to go take care of it, and no one else does. You keep it to yourself. It's not in this way of like, you can't have people help you. You can. That's what friends are for. But I'm not your friend. I'm a random person in society. Like, keep it to yourself. Like we have way too much desire to like spew ourselves onto other people and then like make them take care of it. So this moment in history of our society doing this victim culture thing is the exact like epitome of that mentality, like expressing itself right now. People saying, you have to take care of me. You have to take care of me so much that my thoughts and my feelings are your responsibility. Like, that's crazy. And this whole COVID thing is the same too. People are like, you have to wear a mask for me. No, I don't. Never gonna.
No, I don't.
Never have to.
That's
That's right.
Is
That's
why
right.
do you want to give your power away? It's like you're born with this power, right? And wherever it goes, it's going to be, if you don't decide where that energy goes, somebody's going to decide for you.
Yeah, just like Chance
Can't
was saying,
escape
that
the will.
the abyss. It opens
Yeah,
the abyss.
God's will,
Exactly.
your will.
Mooncat comes
Yeah,
in
so-
and you become a mooncat vessel.
So,
And then you're the
Snake-
mooncat in other people's life that they have to
Wow.
figure out how to set a boundary to let Sundog in.
Awesome.
You don't want to be that guy that everyone needs to kick out of your damn life.
Well, and think about the tricks too. They're like, you'll fall back into it, right? You'll be like, I have this boundary. You can't treat me that way. And then the person will be like, oh, but I'm like, me, like, I'm so sad, and then you're like, oh, they're just so sad. And I have to go help them. And like, I'm a caring person. And then it's feeding into your ego. You're like, I am this, I'm really cool, I help people. Like, no, you're not doing anyone any favors by taking care of their BS for them. Like, that's never going to help them, in fact, and it's never going to help you either, because now you're just codependent. This whole cycle, like, feeds on each other, right? We
You
get
have
be
to
the
know this to do
saviors.
healing work
You
with
get to
other
be the
people,
victims,
like Lindsay
right?
does.
Yeah, and I learned it all by doing it for myself, because I used to be the person that was like, you're hurting me and you did this to me and my life is so bad because all these people were so bad. Doesn't matter. You still have to take care of yourself.
The only thing that's
Hey, wait.
real is your vibe. Everything else is spinning out from that.
I want to know what Ellis has to say.
Go ahead. Did you want to ask a question?
So it's about the bus driver. She told me to take a mask, and I was like, I'm not allowed to wear a mask. And she was like, okay, and I just walked away.
What about your day, didn't you? And then did she? You didn't even have to know. She called us. They called us, and you just went about your day.
Yeah,
That's very, very proud of you. Good job.
thank you.
See, we
You
can all
can't get
learn.
Ellis. If you're gonna get Ellis to do anything, it's gonna be by leading. It's gonna be by inspiring. It's gonna be something like that. You can't tell this kid nothing. Trust me.
That's how it should be done anyway, right?
Guys, this is gravy tonight.
I'm winging
Telling
I
it.
you.
know,
Father,
and I'm
I-
sad because I have to go now. Actually, I should have gone a little while ago. I know. I have to get my beauty sleep for one day of brightness tomorrow.
I do too, Lindsay.
Oh,
Yeah, I
right.
should now, because you're going for that reason. I have to do it soon. I was like, I think I can go till midnight, but I have a big interview before my slot on one day, so I should probably go.
You got
real
a
soon too,
lot
but-
to be ready for.
Yeah,
So,
but
I
I'm even gonna do a cards video in the morning anyway, though. So watch out for that, everybody.
Badass.
Little
I was
plug.
gonna. I wanted to
I've
ask.
been doing 15 to 20-minute videos in the morning where I drop some Universal Oracle, and it is hot every day,
Yes,
and it's just
super
like
hot.
all flowing together and tying things
Yes.
together that we're talking about right now, and tomorrow will probably reflect it too. So look out for those.
Who else resonated with Chance's cards today? Anybody got? Yeah. Let's do a round.
I probably would have if I
Tell me
would've
why. I'm curious. I
had
like
time
feedback.
to see them.
Yeah, man. It hit home. You go first, Gordy.
All right, but I have to
Uh,
go. I'm so sorry.
Love you,
Oh.
Lindsay.
Bye, guys.
Lindsay.
Lindsay. All right.
Much love,
Bye,
sister.
Alice.
It's great to chat with you. Again,
Bye,
have fun
guys.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see some of you there maybe.
Yes,
Nice.
we will see you tomorrow. Was today the one with the ants?
Yep.
Today was number 41, decrease, number 0, the fool, reversed, and number 32, ant, which
Yeah.
represents patience, and among other things. I had ants
Yeah.
invading my house today.
Interesting. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of ants, especially since the monsoons. Oh, and it rained again today. It's crazy.
Wicked.
But yeah, the ants have been going crazy, and I've always been fascinated with the ant colony, you know, working as one, and the workers just, you know, they share a mind. They in fact, they've even proven it in clinical, like scientific studies where they all kind of work as one mind. There's no.
Oh, I
and the
got an
same thing
image
with
I'm going to show
bees.
I'll screen share a really cool example of this, Gordy.
Is that symbiosis? Is that what that's called?
Yeah, the symbiosis. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Where they all work together and without even any thought or anything.
Huh?
And I think we're capable of that when we're in that flow. You know,
Yeah,
like
man.
it's like all of us have been doing some pretty
wow.
cool things. Look at that. Wow.
That's beautiful.
12 ants gather to take a link, dividing themselves equally into 4 groups to maintain the balance of the water drop from tilting and then falling off the leaf. So they cooperate to divide the water equally. And what Gordy said is super important, because the Pepsis out there, you know, the fake left commies, all that whole thing, but even authoritarian Cokes, they all have this idea that we're going to control things from the outside, and that's how we're going to get everyone into equal balance. But nature doesn't work that way. Even though all those ants aren't exactly the same size as each other, right? Even though they're the same colony. So my point is that flow state, which is all I want to talk about for the rest of my life, is part of flow state is you have your energy system actually connects to Earth and cosmos. So whenever the whole channel the feedback. It's one thing to have your internal feedback loops working and the communication from part to part of your body all talking, but it's another thing to also have that connected into cosmos and to earth. And when that's the case, we all wind up exactly in the spot to help the person that needed our energy in some way and also receive what we were looking to receive in some way. I know I'm telling a lot of jazz stories, but I feel like I want to get them out there. I'll make this one short. But homie was telling me this story about going to Red Rocks because he was just out in Colorado, but he had no money. And some of his friends were going to a Red Rocks show. And Red Rocks is a crazy cool venue. So he walked up, he got himself there, like somehow got a ride over there. He's walking up to the gate. People are yelling, "There's no tickets left. You'll never get in." Mooncat was everywhere. He was holding up his hand with a universal "I need a miracle" symbol. And right then a guy that he knew walks up to him and is like, "Dude, I've been looking for you. I really want to buy one of your pieces." And because he wraps wire wrap necklaces, really, really beautiful art. And Jazz was like, "Oh yeah, you know what you wanted already?" Yeah, because he had seen this guy recently, and the guy bought it for $100. And then 2 seconds later, Jazz hears someone yell, "I got one ticket." And he turns around and it's another person he had just recently met and befriended. And they recognize each other. And the guy's like, "It was 150, but for you, it's 100. And that was the exact amount that the guy right before had given him. And then, so he's like, he gets into the venue, thousands of people there. And he thinks for a second, he's like, how am I actually going to find my friends that I came here to meet? And then he went, "Oh, wait, of course I'm going to find them." And he said he walked exactly the right direction to walk straight into them in moments from entering, where all the seating is. And my point is that whole story to me is more believable than things I see on TV about what life is like, because my life is like that all the time. And that's flow state. There's a point where flow state will get impeded by health, but at the end of the day, even not perfect with health and things like that, your mind will open you up to synchronicity if you just know that all the discouragement in your reality tunnel is there to give you that rebellious spark to say, "No, actually, I'm going to do great and I'm going to crush." You know what I mean? And it's all working in my favor, pronoia, not paranoia. Everything's conspiring in my favor at all times. Keep that in mind, because it is.
I've got a good story about that too. My wife bought me the AirPod Pros for my birthday this year, and I immediately lost them walking in the desert. And so I'm walking back to the offices, it's a pretty good hike. And I realize I don't have them in my ear because once you get in the flow, you start not listening to, like, your senses are deeper. They're somewhere else. It's not like you're not paying attention, but they're somewhere else. You're feeling it, not necessarily sensing
You're fielding, not feeling.
Yeah, exactly. So I lost them. I got back to the office and they were gone. And I'm like, oh God. Like, she's just spent all this money on this thing, and I lost them like the first day I have them. And sometimes it takes the flow, and sometimes it takes a different perspective too. Because what I did was I just kind of meditated, walked out to where I felt like it should be, not where I thought it would be, but where I thought it felt like it would be. And I still didn't find it, but I stood up on this kind of hill right where it was. And it was right where I was standing, where I felt like it should have been. And they were just sitting right there.
Yeah, you knew without knowing, and
I knew without knowing.
You just you're like, it'll be fine, whatever happens. So you've let go of expecting or needing it to be a certain way, trusting that things are fine anyway, and then just doing your thing, and then there it is, no problem.
Yeah.
So today I went, Gordy, and I watched the 10 Rings.
Oh, you went to see? Yeah. What did you think?
Zheng Chi and the Legend of the Tale of the 10 Rings.
Yeah.
And I got a quote is from it, and that is, "If you aim at nothing, you will hit nothing."
Yeah, that's a great line, isn't it?
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Better
And that's
keep
what
that
you
in
did.
mind.
got up on the rock and you just, you did what you had to do to
Hey,
find
take
your
a shot
target.
anyway.
Yeah, and you shot anyway. So I got a good story about Chance's cards today. And this all happened before I watched the video on the cards. So the first one was decrease, and then was the upside down fool, and then the ants, right?
Yeah, and Fool was a jumper. Fool literally leapt out of the deck and was like,
right.
Oh, right.
it
Yeah, you
must
said
be the
that.
Fool today. And I was
Yes.
like, really? And I
Yeah.
I tried to play it for a second to myself, like it wasn't flipped upside down. I was like, no, that fucker jumped out on his head.
Nice,
Cool.
nice. So this morning, I helped my mother take out some random furniture we've had clogging up the garage.
My sister had a garage sale today.
Oh man, that's a perfect sync. Yeah, so we took some things to the dump nice and early in the morning. The Fool card, a lot of my videos are just keep coming back on this Fool over and over and finding all these levels about the Fool card. So that was very apropos, to say the least. And today, thinking about it while listening to your video, it occurs to me the Fool card is card number 1. It's the first. It's card number 0, which is not a number. It's card
But it's
0.
1. It's the blurring of the lines, dude. It's quantum AF.
Yes. And there is that 10 tribes, the 1 and the 0, the missing 10 tribes, which I've been going on in my research. But then it occurs to me today, Aleph in Hebrew is very much like aloof, and you
Aloof.
get a fool. When you put the A in the other side and read it in reverse, you get a fool. So Aleph being
That is
1
a huge one.
and a fool is the first card. It's all coming together, and I realize how not only seeing other languages but flipping them gives you almost a perfect translation. So I thought that was interesting.
Aleph is for ant. Aleph is for ant. A for ant.
Right? And the Fool came out upside down, and here I am flipping the word Aleph to see a fool. Very, very profound. So I just had to put that into the ether sphere. And then the ant one, that one today, well, I don't remember what the ant thing was. I mean, we did a lot of work. It was, I got a lot of work done. I had to clean out. I have a couple guinea pigs. I had to clean out the guinea pig cage.
That's ant stuff right there, dude.
Yeah.
Doing your part for the whole.
Right. So yeah, that was great.
The guinea pig hole.
I love those card readings you do because they hit home every time. It's a home run.
Thanks, man. What's cool is that doing it is just a reflection of the fact that like I'm in the zone all the time now, and I can't remember ever being in the zone all the time. I would have like through most of this career path, I would always have to like get myself into the zone, and then be like, okay, cameras are off. Like here I go. I can just be the low confidence version of myself now in the dark. But lately, I think it's from doing sound healing work for people, because this is something I get like, wow, that's kind of steep when they find out that it costs $120 for an hour. And I'm actually charging lower than what it will be later. Whenever I have more requests, I'm going to raise the price. But the reason is because I can't even do it unless I'm in the zone, in the zen, whatever, like in the flow. So it's not just that I have to prepare the space before they come in, but also if I'm not like good to go the whole day, then I'm not going to be of any use to them when I get to that point where I'm trying to help them find flow. I need to already be there. So anyway, you're paying for me to like stay gravy all the time. And I appreciate that people have helped me by letting me take them as clients or whatever, because it's like the biggest lesson I've ever gone through about really repairing what was wrong with my willpower energy, the solar plexus. Also, I was talking about jazz, and Alan in the Weaving Spiders chat, he just posted this. I don't know if this is a picture of something he recently took a picture of, but here we go. It's yellow jasper, solar plexus stone. Helps intellectual pursuits such as research and study. People should get into crystals, is all I'm going to say. Because, like, one of the reasons I'm still so lit right now energetically is because I'm wearing a sunstone that
Nice.
sits on my solar plexus.
Nice.
And if I don't take this off, I don't get tired for bed. Like,
Oh wow.
it sabotages me sometimes when I forget that I wore it. Not really, though, because it just works. I put it back on when I wake up, and it's like the Tony Stark thing.
Yes, that's funny. I was just thinking about the 10 rings movie where he gets a necklace and he has to keep it.
Pendant. Yeah.
The pendant, which is
I didn't even know that was a sync.
yeah, that's great. That's awesome.
People get some cool crystals on your chakra points and just go with it. It's not.
I
It's
love
cool.
how the line is the perfect length to put it right on your chakra. You know, you wear it long so it lands where it should be.
Yeah, exactly. And I
Yeah.
can't show it super well, but it's silver.
Mhm.
It's also got an opal in it.
Nice. Nice.
Opal's Libra stone. October.
Oh wow.
Anyway, when I bought this,
Thanks.
it was with the intention to heal some solar plexus issues I was having, and it has been wildly helpful as a piece of that puzzle. The thing with magical tools and stuff, it's not like you want to put all your eggs in one basket and say, that's the thing, and it fixed me. No, it's symbolic of you making the choice yourself and intending it. Another thing that happened to me when I was having solar plexus issues for a long time was on this wand, the yellow, as you can see, it's a little off balance because I had to glue it back on more than once because the yellow one kept falling off the damn thing. And to me, and I would like just leave it and not fix it for a long time while also not fixing solar plexus issues I was having. There's always little reflections in your reality tunnel that are trying to point you towards the exact color, tone, vibration, emotional experience that even like if people just knew the biofield anatomy that Eileen teaches, Eileen Day McCusick, they could realize that, oh, this particular pain in this part of my body is related to this exact dynamic in my 3D life. And maybe instead of trying to deal with this pain in some way and not getting anywhere and having stuckness in this injury, I need to express something, or I need to, heal some emotional issue or whatever. There's different things in different parts of the field, but I think we could approach all of it is lack of flow, basically. And we can approach health in an entirely different way if we were to be able to consistently connect where we have a pain, blockage, injury, what have you, with some mental aspect that needs letting go in a proper way, like telling the guy to F off instead of holding that in or whatever
Right,
the
well,
case.
That's part of being secure in yourself.
Yeah.
Too, is being secure in yourself that you can try all those other weird things and you're not going to be swayed. Like I am confident in myself that if I learn some sort of occult magic or something, I'm not going to be swayed by some bullshit because I'm secure in myself. I know who I am. And that's where you find your I am, your power, that you know that you are part of the one, that you have the highest goals in your flow, that your flow has the highest intention.
Yeah,
And
mostly.
so doesn't matter what comes into your field, you're going to rock it. And
Yeah, it's like going with wind in your sails instead of trying to force yourself places with burning fossil fuels, if you will.
right. And not
Dead
defining
things,
yourself.
dead things from the past.
Right, exactly.
Under
Not
the
defining
surface.
yourself by those things.
Whenever
You
you're
know?
living a life outside of flow, but you're trying to force every issue, it is like burning fossil fuels metaphorically. I'm just realizing because these are old, dead parts of yourself that are hidden in the subconscious. Dead as in, they're not life affirming, not life force affirming. They're not true either. They're conceptual type of things. So the people that can't just let go and, cut themselves off of the pier, which is where watchers can see you from, they're peering at you from, where they dock their vessel, their angelic ships. This is good Alan stuff, but they can't see you once you cut off and go into the roam off into the ocean. You're in the infinite there, but it's scary for people. They're like, I need to stay tethered to this job or whatever the case may be. And the reason why they're too afraid to let go into it is because of whatever is below the surface in their subconscious. That is this fossilized thing that is not only the thing keeping them in the fear state that won't let them let go, but it's also the thing fueling their behavior. Literally,
Yes.
it is the fuel behind their behavior.
Mhm.
I've got some Twilight language for fossil fuel. That's a for sale fool. That's foolishness for sale.
Selling out the deepest innate part of yourself,
Even the
the part that
ancestors.
wants freedom and is ready to walk into it blindly,
Yeah.
even.
Yeah.
That's brilliant, Gabe. It all comes back to the fool.
Yeah, man.
Well, beginning.
That's- That fool keeps coming up. What was your snake? What was your sync with Chances Reed today?
I'm 41. My name is Aaron, which means mountain, high place. I'm on a mountain. I think about it all the time. I was told to go to the mountain, and I didn't know how I'd get there. Here I am, but letting go. And it was very dense. I've listened 3 times, by the way.
So yeah, the mountain aspect is that in the I Ching, number 41 has the trigrams of mountain, which is in nature, it's the mountain. In us, it's the part of us that keeps still. And it's supported, that's in the dominant. And in the supporting trigram is the joyous, which maybe this is not like a traditional interpretation, but the joyous to me represents in nature, the multiplicity of life's expression. So like a lot of them are bioenergetic, really, in my way of interpreting it. But the joyous is called such because when what's more joyous than seeing a dragonfly and on a lily pad and there's a lotus flower and the water has this cool blue hue from some neat algae and the sun is in the perfect part of the sky and the clouds and right. Yes. And it's not that this is the beautiful thing and that's not, it's look at it all. So that's the joyous energy. But when that is in the passive position to the keeping still, if you will, it's about decrease. It's about letting go. It's about slowing down that vibration of multiplicity, of expansion. And that's just the winter part of the wave. So coming into Libra season with decrease is a big message because you do need to be ready to make do with less and tighten your belt and all of these different aspects that have to do with winter. But of course, that leads to having your hands open to receive something else that you couldn't have grasped if you were squeezing the shit out of what you just came from and afraid to slip off the ledge, the no ledge.
That's
It's
another
okay to
thing.
slip off the no ledge and realize that there's so much we don't know yet.
I'm going nuts out here because we pretty much are planning our winter to be without, and we're canning food. We're doing things for ourselves to make sure that we're independent and we don't have to rely on anybody else just in case, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm winterizing, and I'm actually getting rid of things. I'm trying to like cut down. So I plan on heating my home in case something goes wrong with a barrel wood stove that I'm building. Just really basic stuff. And it's
Nice.
helping because my mind, I'm not a mind person. I'm a Leo. I'm all heart. You're mind. You're Aries. You remind me of my son. And anyway, very balanced too. But
I'm a Leo rising though, so I got a lot of the heart in there.
you
And I'm
do.
a Libra moon, so I'm feeling
Wow.
this time of year.
And yeah, so like when what you were asking today, so like right on point, like you just gave me the reinforcement. It was already there, but that reading this morning, I was like, yes, I am on the right. This is right. And I just started dropping a lot of things that were kicking my ass in my mind, and I was like, getting flow state.
I got to keep doing them then. If it's really hitting like that, where people are like, I'm in my right place because this is an external validation. That's the only kind of magic I'm interested in practicing. I'm not here to control or change the outcome of the reality, or, I'm only wanting to affect on the consciousness level of a perspective shift of worldview healing, because that's what it's all been this whole time that's throwing us off, is worldview poisoning. something's going to kill you out of nowhere and you can't do anything about it. Actually, the only thing that's real is your energy. Just go
Yeah.
with it.
Or somebody has to sacrifice something else for you to gain something. Like you got to step on
Zero-sum
somebody's neck
game.
to get better at something. That's not how it works.
They're running out of fossil fuels, Gabe. Sounds like not enough for sale fuels. The thing is collapsing.
Get a distiller.
I'm a Gemini.
Nice.
No,
Oh,
but
are
you
you
see what I
distilling?
mean? Like, this is why the collapse is happening, because they literally, when they say that there's a fossil fuel shortage, they're not talking about the blood of the earth. They're talking about the for sale fools. You know, there's not going to be any buyers to this paradigm soon.
Because it's not fossil fuels anymore. It's people fuel. It's like
Soylent Green is set in
Yeah.
2022, by the way.
Dude.
2022 is when that movie is set.
was it?
2022, Soylent Green is people. Spoiler alert.
Wow, that's crazy. So,
So
I was
let's
in
watch out for things that are significant about that film in
Yeah.
the coming year.
Yeah,
Maybe even look at it ahead of time for the prep side.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so 222, that's the Build Back Better. And also, I was in the movie theater today, and I went to that movie with my best buddy, and he's got a kid who is 12 now, and his kid is telling me stuff because I do not consume. I just generally don't consume. So we're walking out of the theater, and I see Halloween number 500 is coming out, and it's coming out in October. But his son tells me that the last Halloween comes out 366 days after this Halloween in October. And he already knows that it's going to be the final one, and it is called Halloween Ends. And I hear that, and automatically I'm like, wow, they're going to keep the masks for a whole nother year. And they're telling us already, they're broadcasting that the Building Back Better will not be complete until 222. And we all know the year after that is all skull and bones tastic with the 223.
Hey,
Do
my
you remember-
birthday.
Do you remember
22.
how like the horror movie trailers used to go, like Friday the 13th back in the 80s and Halloween? They would be advertised as like terror, right? It's terror.
Yes.
They used that term back then like it was a movie. Now you literally this is what it's not even. It's the shittiest sorcery I've ever fucking seen. You guys are just terrifying everybody. The guy got up on TV and he's like, "You're all gonna die if you don't do either of these two options, cake or death." Okay, well, cake, please. Sorry, we're all out of cake. It's like, you mean you have death? This is the scenario they set up, and they're terrified to people that I love and care about. I mean, it's so amazing. It's so bizarre how, well, it's not bizarre. It's mystical. I got
Yeah.
sane. I got
Yeah.
sober. I got fellowship. I got wisdom, knowledge, experience, and all this stuff. And then all of a sudden, just, you know, society was telling me forever, hey, you need to do this stuff. You need to do this stuff. And then as soon as I do it, society and everything jumps off a cliff. Well, again, how is it that we don't label this guy a terrorist when he's literally got on TV, all of them, and they've terrified people? You have two options, you know, and either of these two options benefit us politically, financially, all kinds of ways. And is that not terrorism?
You're right.
Right.
Because Osama bin Laden, although he didn't do it, is blushing right now, going, damn, I probably should have just told them they were going to die of coronavirus. And
Corbett just did a really dope documentary on the history of the Al Qaeda network and the Taliban thing from the practical, you know, not the maybe etymological route we would go to look at that word like we have been discussing with Alan, Gabe, but that, you know, that's all alphabet soup, that whole thing. And interesting. Corbett's always really thorough, but I had to really cut in to say I should go because of the same reason as Lindsay. And even though I think maybe I could just pull it off anyway, I'm going to be really intentional and get extra sleep tonight.
pop that necklace out.
I got to take this off immediately.
I know what you're talking about. That ain't no joke. Good night, man.
But I do have a sweet labradite one that is good for sleep time and dream enhancement.
That kid they was talking about is 2 years older than me.
You can also,
Oh,
to
yeah.
everyone out there, if you want to get stronger at dreaming, get a spoonful of raw honey before you go to sleep, because
Or
that's where the
Chinese
phrase
food.
"sweet dreams" comes from. And guess what? That is golden energy, just like this solar plexus thing that I've been talking about so much, your treasure chest. When I eat the big spoonful of honey before I go to bed, which I'm about to do, I actually feel a tingling, burning, pleasant, not like heartburn energy in my solar plexus. Most of the time, you just spread a little bit of honey on something, and it's probably like, KFC biscuits and honey, not the real thing. But if you eat a huge spoonful of real, raw honey, hopefully even local from your area, or even wildcrafted, that's good. You'll feel it in your chest. And also, it will bring more of your conscious awareness, active mind, yang energy into the dream with you, and you'll perceive more, and you'll have more agency in the dream.
Yes.
And the main agency you can take into the dream is, what do I want to dream about, instead of, all right, whatever happens is how most people go into dreaming. But guess what? You can tell yourself, all right, let's go and let's dream about this subject. And you might not get, the movie that you thought, but you'll probably get something related. And the more nights that you do intentionally tell yourself what to dream, the more consistently you're going to start doing it. I've been practicing, and it's real. So everyone do that. Also got to plug my new show, Vibe Rant, which is very spiders like, super fun, always funny. We're doing that on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. now for the last month, and we're going to keep it going. So now I've got 2 shows a week, and I'm really loving it. And big things coming on Interverse soon. And next time, hope to be able to hang with you guys all night, because this is a really big part of my week if I can get to it. I love you guys so much, and it just keeps getting better.
Yeah, buddy. So I got an idea that I think we're the perfect crew to make it happen. So first of all, tonight when I go to bed,
I'm hopping off, but I'm going to keep listening for a while. So I'm listening.
All
Just
right.
like, bye, everybody.
Peace, Chance.
Love you,
See you, buddy.
Chance.
Love.
Thanks
you,
for
bud.
coming.
So I'm going to eat a big spoonful of honey myself, following Chance's lead. But I have an idea. We've talked about dream linking in this circle before.
Mhm.
And I believe that something to intensify the potential of that concept would be if we were to share a commonly sourced honey, so that we're all eating from the same hive.
You fucking genius. Bye.
I like that a lot, but here's the thing. We've seen the honey. We know that this is a technology. If we go into someone else's, like, is there already a field going on there? Will we be in a playing field already, or will that be just us? Because that's
that's the trick. We got to find a sacred source, something that we all agree on. We all,
We should mix our honeys.
Ooh.
So it's like a combination lock.
Jim, you sent me some honey that saved my butt. It was
Yeah,
magical.
that's good honey. I have it every day.
Nice.
My dog had some today, actually.
Do you
By
have
mistake.
like a special honey?
Why is there a chicken right there?
Special honey. Oh, it's a rooster.
Rooster.
Rooster?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's Golden Boy. He's a gorgeous bird. Chickens are the best.
Yeah, tell us about your livestock you got going on.
Oh, me?
If people haven't watched or followed Telegram, what is it, 19 Feathers Farm?
Yep.
Get on
19
there.
Feathers Farm. Is it a farm? It feels like. I mean, me and Ellis right now are eating. This is all from the garden. The watermelon, the pickles, everything. But we got chickens because some weirdo Ben Balderson a couple years ago was talking about chickens, and I was just beside. I had just come out of realizing that this thing actually wasn't a threat. When my son here said, "Dad, are we gonna die of COVID?" And I was like, I realized how off I had went, and I hadn't found a solution, so I got one, and it was in chickens. So we got chickens that year, right when COVID happened, and here we are now on our farm. So we had the chickens. I messed up we bought 24 chickens from a hatchery here. It's our first time buying from the hatchery. Last February was their first hatching, and all of them lived. They all lived, which gave me almost 40 chickens. I was expecting like a death ratio of 50, because if you've ever bought chickens, 50%, if you've ever bought chickens from like the Tractor Supply, they're not very hardy. They don't live. At least I was.
Few of them died.
Yeah.
Remember the one that had the thing on its cheek?
Yeah, that was.
And it ripped
We had
its
one.
thing, and it ripped it open.
So I'm like, I didn't ever mean to get like 40 eggs a day kind of chickens, but
Chicken math.
yeah, chicken math is different. The learning curve out here is huge. I know nothing. I'm just like doing it. and-
That's the same kind of chickens we have.
yeah, that's the Rhode Island Reds, New Hampshire Reds.
Yeah.
And
Look, I can see Golden Boy.
dude, chicken rape is the best. Just watching them learn how to do it. And so we got those, and now I got 40 chickens. Well, me and my wife were like, well, what are we gonna eat for meat if we have to? And my friend Jared, from Media Monarchy, does Corbair and everything, was up there on the mountain with us. He was always bragging about his meat rabbits. One day, I mean, we had a few $100 to do something with, and we went and got some rabbits here locally.
We got
meat-
meat rabbits.
Meat rabbit. Well, they're not meat rabbits yet. We haven't done anything. It's kind of, oh my God, baby rabbits are the cutest thing in the freaking world. And they,
Yeah,
dude,
I've
I
been
can't tell you
watching
how many
them.
times- yeah, like when you have livestock, like we
Every
lost
time
our
I
first.
look at them, I just think they're so freaking cute.
They are. First chicken died. It was my little silky pecker. It was the best bird in the world. I killed him. He got too hot, and I was like, I'm never doing chickens again. I can't believe I did this. And then a couple more pass away, and you're like, why am I even farming? Same thing with rabbits. You get rabbits and a litter. They have 13, and none of them live, and you're literally like doing Gordy with the little nipple syringe, and you're feeding these rabbits, and you just got to let nature do what it's doing. But anyhow, so we got from Jared from Eden Markey, he talked about it. So we went and got some rabbits, and I had just cut my fingertip off at that time, and it was really good for me to get out there and do something with my hands and build those hutches. So there's a lot going on with the farms, and now we have 40 chickens. I've got, I think it's 14 rabbits with the new litter, and they're actually surviving, and we're learning.
Hey,
and,
Dad.
I built a butcher table. So
Oh, cool.
I'm planning on butchering them, but I just ain't got the heart to do it because they sound like babies, like crying babies. When
Yeah.
what do I do? What's the most? So I was gonna go down I was gonna make some CBD oil, maybe give them to the rabbits before I butcher them. I thought that was a good idea. Didn't make it right because I gave it to them, and they're just looking at me like, "What was that?" Like crap.
See,
might
I've cleaned 1,000 rabbits in my time, but I've never had
Have
to
you?
like dispatch one like that I didn't shoot, Like
Yeah,
every
I
weekend in Wyoming and Montana, that's what you do. You just,
Our bellies are full. If I was hungry, I had
Yeah.
no problem with it. And I'm not too attached to them, except for when you're caring for livestock. Like I was accused of not caring about someone's animals not too long ago, and I realized I was on a farm, and I was like, oh my God, I don't, and I didn't know why. I was just in that period of my life, where I was really focused on myself more. So again, out here with the animals and stuff, I mean, it's really turned everything around. So it's just interesting. I've really been in a position my whole life. I mean, I've had to tell parents that I made a decision that led to your child's death. Although it wasn't true because, you're dealing with heroin addicts or addicts and stuff like that ultimately.
Yeah.
But you still are accountable when you're working with people. So with people and the consequences, animals have given me a new outlet to really get back into the heal and work with somebody like a living life form, make a connection, and actually put some care into it. Even though I don't know anything about farming, I don't. Me and my wife are, I can't tell you how many times I wanted to quit because a chick died or something like that, or one of our eggs didn't hatch. But
look at where you've come from, like nothing, and you've got more food than you know what to do with, right?
yeah, and that's the other thing. So right now I have abundance of eggs. I've got like 20 dozen eggs. I've put signs up. I don't our small little town of 500 people, you would think it was easy to get to know everybody, but it's not like that. We do have a small community here. I ain't come out to nowhere. So now I'm challenged with having to get out to the community and quit being a hermit and introvert and sell these damn eggs. But before I do that, because that's, I'm gonna have to. I found out a new way to preserve eggs with hydrated lime. You just
Whenever eggs hatched, and then the chicken had a birth defect on its leg,
we
and it
have one.
can't walk.
We don't know what's going on. I figured that's another thing. So this guy here is the chicken whisperer. I mean, I brought my son out here. It's what it is.
I was once alpaca was.
I think this is where our country's headed. Best case scenario, I might not even experience any of this if I decide to, just eating on eggs. I have an abundance. Even without the chickens, my forest is full of mushrooms. It's full of everything you can, I could toss out. I've learned some mycology. I can go out there with spores. I can go out there with all kinds of stuff and just, cast seeds like Johnny Appleseed out there. There's nut trees everywhere, the walnuts, the hazelnuts. So, but that's learning how to harvest, when to harvest. Now, me and my wife are really getting dialed in with the seasons and stuff. This is going to be our second winter. We moved in on an ice storm, which was awesome. ESO's, in charge on that one. But so, yeah, I mean, the only thing that I get kind of like, I'm thinking all the time, it's like, it's me, Ellis, and my wife who are doing this. A 10-year-old, a woman and a man have built all this. It doesn't seem like a lot, except for when someone comes here, that's a lot of people want what I had. Yeah, dude, Gabe, you were a game changer. You brought some amazing vibe to my farm. I really appreciate it. So yeah, that's another thing. So everything's changing. I don't even know what a farm is. Do I call it a ranch? Do I call it a farm? Is this some kind of like white supremacist Waco place that we're just
I call
called someday? I'll be on the news with that goofy look on my face. Yeah, I know what this is. You got me. No, but it's about him. So another thing was so this is how I healed. I have two fathers, a biological father, and I have a stepfather, and they've both since passed. And one I was intimately with. It was amazing being with him. Although my father died in a horrible way through hospice and morphine and very bad siblings that acted badly. I lost my inheritance from him. I lost my inheritance from my other father. One of the most important things to me at that time was, what can I leave my family? Like, fuck gold, fuck money, fuck this. This is our generation. What has value? Well, it was land. So the other part of it is just having land.
Dad, it really sucked when Grandpa Ed died.
Yeah. Well, death isn't too bad. It's just sometimes, So yeah, then there's the land aspect. So being in nature, I thought I knew about nature. I thought I knew about this stuff until I got out here. Again, I learned a lot from Ben and Christy as they told us story after story, the same story over again. They're beautiful with their storytelling. They're just telling me stories about when you first get on land and you're doing this thing, it's the little things, it's like you listen to somebody tell a story about learning how, just whatever, and their mistakes, and they're funny and they're cute. You're like, oh, that's really nice. But when you get out here and then you're having those same experiences, they seem insignificant, except that's my anchor to know that this is it. This is the experience. You're out here, you're out here doing it. And whether or not I survive what's coming and I leave it to my children, even that gives me some kind of peace of mind. They'll be able to someday maybe walk through here and know that I was here, and that little spot over that little garden that I put in, or that little thing I built, they could feel my energy on my Iron Mountain, because we just pick up iron all over. I know it.
Snake, you're gonna live forever, my man.
120, hopefully.
In Ellis's confidence. The way he walks, the way he holds himself. You're here forever, man. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, feudalism is passing, or fatalism is passing. I've
Yeah.
gone through that, plenty too. And you've done it too.
What's your
Like,
definition of fatalism? Real quick.
Just thinking you're not going to make it.
Oh, you're fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked.
We had a saying the first day of Recovery House, dude. You're
Yeah.
fucked and you need a God. And I'm like, ooh, you could say that? This is cool. Yeah. You're
Yeah.
fucked and you need a God. So
Yep. But it's passing.
Yes.
We go through those cycles and you refine your power and then you become stronger and then you lose it again and you become stronger. It's that, like we were talking about, it's that 7-year cycle.
7-year cycle. Separation is one of the painful things.
It is so painful, man.
You know, we get separated up to the most painful, and we know what we're talking about here, loss of a loved one or something.
Mhm.
That's the first stage. So you purify. That's the purification stage. And the reunification happens that I've learned many, many a times is the presence of a loved one that is no longer there. It's either a voice or it's something in your heart, or you actually smell or feel that person with you. You know, they're never really dead. I mean, not dead. They're not gone. They're here. Right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, if you don't mind me, like, when you started posting your videos, Slick, you know, I was like, oh, okay. What? Right? What is this? It's very dense. But there was something about it that was so authentic. And all of a sudden it was like, my head is, you know, all of us have spent the last 10, 15, 20 years really researching, taking in all this information. Each one of us has a very unique perspective where we connect dots and stuff. But I got to the point where my head was so full of it and I was in a new situation where I didn't know how to apply it or use it or anything like that. I got to the point over the summer, I'm telling you, I was convinced I was dead. I was in purgatory. I'm like, I'm in purgatory. Tomorrow's going to be hell. Today's going to be heaven. Tomorrow's going to be hell. It was bizarre. And all of a sudden you come out with a video and I went and ordered Lindsay's book, All Endings Are Beginnings, Thank You, Gordon, and stuff like that. And I started but that day with your video about the Philemon and all that stuff, because, you know, the shadow work had begun for me. I'd created my own archetype for it. And I was really doing it on my own, not realizing anybody else is going through this, just because whatever. But when you did that video, I had this, I just got tired. I felt exhausted. I had to lay down. And I went and I laid down and I had one of the most vivid, beautiful dreams that I've had, not most, but one of those types of dreams where I guess I was in purgatory. That's where I was. But I was very happy because when I got there, all my friends and family and everybody that's since passed away in the last 10 years were literally there. It was like a big house, but it was like, you're in jail, you're going to be here, right? And I was like, oh, well, that's okay. At least I'm here with you guys. Finally, I get to see you again. And where have you been? Oh my God. And they told me, no, Aaron, we're all getting released tomorrow. This is purgatory. And I was like, you mean I got to be here by myself after all this, after everything? You mean I've got to sit here by myself and you guys? I mean, fuck this bullshit, you guys. Who the fuck's in charge here? This is the dream. Who the hell's in charge here? I want to talk to you right now. This is sick, right?
Dad,
Ellie,
I want to see something.
remember we talked about interrupt conversation. You wait your turn. In the dream, a black woman comes up to me and she goes, oh my God, there was a mistake. We're so sorry. Aaron, of course you can go with them. You know, go. No, we're releasing you. You're good. I woke up from that and I was just like, that world is real. This world is real. That was real. And you just snapped me out of it, dude. You grounded me. You took all that mess that was in my head and your presentations. And I saw all the things that we've learned in this. Gabe put that down in these little videos. And then next thing you know, you're at my farm. And then the energy you brought was amazing. I really needed it. And so it just set a new course for me. And that's our magic. That's what
It happens so quick.
It's magic. That's what I've been saying for a long time with this community that we've started here. I think this is rare in the world. I don't know of anything else that to even compare what is happening here to. I don't know if there's precedents for something like this, other than maybe like this is how secret societies started to work and got fucked up. I don't know, but I do know that we are affecting the world. That the outside world is being influenced by what we're doing
Can you go
here.
sit on the couch?
Like all the little things that like we're waking each other up in different things, two different things. Like all the things I've learned from Rogue, or all the things I've learned from Interverse, or all the things I've learned from you guys. And that's why I keep coming here every Saturday night, because I'm getting something else. And we are greater than the sum of our parts.
Yeah, man. Yep.
And there is something that, and I should have asked Lindsay, we got on other things, but that whole masculine feminine thing that we've been talking about, I think is really important that we as men, you know, find our balance in our role, which is the divine masculine, which is,
Women are kicking ass right now. Guys, they're making
fuck
us.
yeah, they are. They're
But I
making,
think that's
yeah.
how it's supposed to be. They've taken the forefront, and we're all sitting there going, "Oh, ooh, damn!
Yep.
Oh man, what's happening to me? Oh,
Yeah.
I'll die for that woman. Oh, she's got kids too. Fuck yeah! Where am I? What's going on? Do I need to go to battle? You know, you're going through all this stuff. Less divine feminine, kind of waking up. I think it needs to be woke up by a divine feminine. At least I know that was my
Mhm.
case, and that's happening. So whatever it is, our role will be next. I just know our turn is soon.
Yes.
But the women have been doing amazing.
Yep. I've been thinking about that, Gordy, the you know, the next generation of societies. We're not, you know, we don't have to be so secret. You know, we can keep things on the down low when we need to, but you know, we got a lot to say. We got a lot of
Yeah.
information to share. And it's, you know, and so the feminine, they got activated when all this came down, and there was a quarantine mandate. So there's this agenda to push everybody to the inside, to go into the house and stay in the house. And you know, sure enough, then they start coming for the kids, and it's almost, you know, it's like a perfect recipe for the divine feminine to rise up and start the march. And you know, we
In
need
my
to-
house. This is my wife's house. Out there, that's
Mhm.
my playing field. I'm supposed to leave, travel, go on this, come, and I always come back. You know, and it might not be everybody's case, but you know, if men are listening, if you can feel the call to adventure, and you do it the right way, you approach your significant other, your wife, your mother, whatever, you have that role model and go to her. And if this happens, you're gonna be badass. If they give you your blessing and they tell you what they want you to come back with, you're gonna get it and you're gonna bring it back. You won't know how, but you know you're going out there and you're bringing back your wife this, your mother this, or whatever. And that formula there is just, I don't even think it's like any virtue of mine. It's just the way things are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
there's that flow with nature when we do go out, that the intentions are already with us. We just do it. It's just going to happen. And we knew this when we were all hunter gatherers. The natives
Still are hunter gatherer.
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, but we've been trained out of what we should have known, always known. You know, the Aboriginals who still live like that, they just go out there. They go find a goanna to eat because they just trust that it's going to be there, and they walk straight out to it, dig right in that hole, and that's where that thing is every single time, because they just know nature. Nature tells them, they have a conversation with it.
Comes natural.
Comes natural because we're part of nature. This is what we're unlearning, that we have to unteach our children, that you have to be one with this thing. This is part of you. You should be listening to your plants. You should be going out and praying at that tree. You should be listening in the wash when it's quiet and listening to the birds because the trees are telling you shit. We should pay attention because it opens us up to a much bigger world that if you acknowledge, wow, this thing possibly can be true, go out and figure it out for yourself. Go find out if that tree's talking to you. You don't believe me? All right, fine. I don't care that you don't believe me. Everybody thinks I'm crazy anyway. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Crazy's good.
So just go and do it. Try
Can't
it.
do
Try the fucking organ.
Yeah, man. I saw you got proof. Those owls
I
came
have
back.
proof.
Yeah, man.
That's pretty badass, dude. Like I just had him hooting at me for a summer, and I'd go out to my little owl. You had him like right there. That is amazing.
Every day. It's crazy. And it's funny, they know me. The guy in my office was saying, hey, those owls are back, and that thing was clacking and squawking at me. I'm like, yeah, because he doesn't like you. Because I go, you're full of McDonald's and bullshit.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And he's like, what? I'm like, you got to get centered, man.
No, that's good.
Like,
That might be just what he needs to hear.
yeah.
I
Well,
want to make contact with this owl, but you think that's it? I might
this
try
guy,
that.
yeah, this guy I've been talking to for 2 years about this stuff, and he's the guy that exercises all the time but never can lose any weight. And I come back like drop 90 pounds like that, and everybody's like, oh, what did you do? I fucking paid attention. That's what I did.
Damn. You want what I have, you got to do what I do. And they're like, fuck
Exactly.
you.
Really? That's hard. Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
you. Yeah, of course it's hard.
It is. You're a good role model, though.
Yeah,
You're
don't
ready.
be a pussy. You're a grown ass man. Don't be a pussy.
I get to be a pussy when I'm up in that bedroom and I got a headache. I'm like, honey, you don't feel good. On my neck.
Get in touch with your inner.
She's like,
inner
God, you're
power.
such a pussy. And I'm like,
So,
you'll find out one day.
Gordy,
Women.
your story, Gordy, about listening, it reminds me of a great experience I had with my capoeira teacher in Boulder. I had come over to his house for a one-on-one drumming instruction. And it was early in the morning, and I had my girlfriend with me, and she's a musician. She doesn't need any instruction on drumming, but she just was coming along to get more versatile in the instrument. And I knock on my instructor's door, and he answers the door, and he's still in his pajamas, and he's wearing his Coke bottle spectacles that I'd never seen him wear ever before. Apparently he wears contacts generally. And I barely recognized him, and I laughed. I was like, oh my gosh, are you in there? He takes us into his living room, and he says, the first lesson is to listen
Mhm.
and to lessen the sounds of your mind. So let's do that. And we kind of looked at each other, a little awkward, and we just kind of sat back and just absorbed the silence and really let it sink in. And the next thing we knew, the void that we had created was filled by a bird on the doorstep.
Oh.
Mm.
And the bird was putting forth a rhythm. Beep, 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 beep. We looked at each other and we get the
Wow.
wild eye, and then sure enough, beep, 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 beep. And we're like, is this really happening? We all get kind of excited, but we're staying silent. And then the bird just breaks into this song. And we're just like, wow. And it was just amazing that that's that feminine, creating a void, making a sacred space for the expectation of something to happen. And
Right.
it sure did. It sure did.
Sacred space is really important, man. Creating that sacred space.
That's kind of something that birds do.
Mhm. You hear them all the time.
Yeah, and birds will find you and tell you things too if
Uh-huh.
we just pay attention. Did you guys see that Roadrunner video that I posted? Catching butterflies? It's on my
Whoa.
Instagram.
Oh yeah, it's the chickens here every day. It's great watching them.
Yeah,
They
it's
don't catch
really,
'em.
yeah, and there's tons of butterflies. So the Roadrunners are getting very brazen. Like all the snakes have giant full bellies, and the Roadrunners are getting like super buff, and like the jackrabbits are really big this year too, because ain't nobody starving in the desert this year.
That's awesome.
But what I'm expecting though next, if the water doesn't stay, I think if the change in the climate here particularly is permanent, then it's going to take a couple years for the desert to catch up with the fauna. I think we're going to have another year of fires because it's going to have to dry out.
So Victor Schauberger with his Secret Life of Water documentary, it's only
yeah.
so much in it.
I forgot about that.
Fantastic.
He talks about he warned us 100 years ago about desertification. So I'm
Desertification,
wondering if that's where you're at, because apparently where you're at, there was one of the eighth wonders of the world is all those oh my God, it's getting late. When you cut a waterway, straight waterways, what is it?
Canals.
Thank you.
Yes.
There's canals everywhere. They tried to hide them, or they buried them, and they took them up, but they're still there. So, I mean, it pretty much is a tell that maybe that area had experienced desertification, and
Oh, for sure. And
they'll come back.
There's a photographic proof of that. They used to have a steamboat that ran north and south on the river that's right by my mom's house. There was so much water in it before they dammed off the Colorado so that the Californians can get water, that this was all marshland before. And
how long
so,
ago? 50, 60, 70 years ago, maybe?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's probably been 100. It's probably been 100 years.
Yeah. So even here in Missouri, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, this was a vast evergreen pine forest.
In the 1800s?
Yeah, and people don't realize that it was all, I mean, and not only that, the sycamore trees, they were like 30 feet based trees all over, and they all got logged. So even our area here is famous for all its mills. They're all old, but that's what they were doing. It completely changed the landscape. People have no idea. We don't have the evergreen or pine forests like Missouri had.
My friend Ben at his
thousands of
cabin
years.
has a
cave?
barn that's
Oh.
100 years old.
Mm-hmm. People have been here.
And
a long
there's
time.
cat footprints in the cement from 100 years ago.
Oh,
Well,
hey, here's a weird 100-year sync that just popped in, and I have to say it before I forget it. Faust, the movie we started. So I looked up the release date. It was exactly 100 years to the birth of coronavirus.
No way.
March
It was-
13th or March 11th?
It's late
21st?
February of 2020.
Of 1920.
1920. Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
1920.
Wow. So Snake, you said 311. You remember last night we were talking about 113.
311 is everything.
Yeah, right. I've been thinking about that a lot, Gordy, about how
Dude,
we're on this
So did I.
100-year cycle
Been a while.
from those movies we watched. And like the somnambulate, what is it? Somnambulate or
The somnambulist.
somnambulist. I think it's amazing that, you know, MK Ultra is clearly a thing right now. And
Yeah.
it's 100-year-old idea, you know, that somebody else wearing the gloves of the touchless death was able to control somebody else to do their dirty work, you know. And there we have that clean hands doctrine of equity. And yeah.
Are your hands clean?
Mhm.
Are your hands
Oh,
clean?
yes. Yeah,
That-
Kaiser Chiefs. This is what I got. These are my clean hands for you, Kaiser Chief.
Wow, 100 years, almost to the day.
Yeah,
Well, that
it
goes
was-
back to that the fourth turning. 2011 is supposed to be, if you're born from 2011 on, you're the first turning. So the cycle has completed according to him. Ellis was born in 2011. I'm watching. I'm looking at these kids, and I'm like, man, there is something going on here. It's almost like they're older. They're more. It's like they've been here before.
The
Maybe-
first turning of what?
The fourth turning is, remember Coast to Coast, like 1997. I heard this guy. I was 17, and I was fascinated with it. But
Look,
I
it's
had-
Golden Boy.
yeah, so after having children and stuff, and watching and noticing things, I revisited it, and he's back talking now. It was Ellis and his thing with World War II and the history. I'm like, where's this come from? I mean, it ain't for me, guys. And then his friends, he's making friends. These guys, you just have to see it, but then it's natural. And I'm like, this is the first turning, and I went and looked. He showed you graphs, so it's natural, is what he's saying. But he's going around and he's going to the Pentagon and teaching. He's going to corporations and teaching them this stuff. And we're all over here watching, fucking whatever we're doing. We're not doing that. Just even considering that cyclically there's something going on here, really, you can grasp a hold of it and do something with it. You can fight back because they're obviously manipulating people. Look, dude, it's like I almost feel like we're in 1928 post World War I Germany right now. They're just, it's the same shit. Why, if it ain't broke,
That's what we're seeing.
fix it. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Watch the film, The Greatest Story Never Told. You'll live. You're gonna be like, at the end, you're like, oh, Hitler was a great guy. God, man, But that's not the truth. That's not what it's about. What it's about is you're not biased. You're put into that time of the German people in all spectrum, and you can see so many similarities to now.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
where, that's where I'm at on the whole. So what do I do with this kid? How do I support a first turning child? What
I wonder if it's a reincarnation thing.
He'd have to tell me. I wouldn't know.
Dad.
But it could be. Corey from hold on, Sal, let you talk. Do you want to add something? What?
Didn't the Nazis
National
occupy National Socialists occupy France in 1939?
Well, this is funny because honestly, they're all related to each other and this and that. But Germanic people pretty much are all of Europe except for the lower parts, which was, supposedly Rome, which probably God knows what those people are. The Vikings, you might think, just Germanic people. So Ellis, yeah, the French are the Germans, the German and the French, the Russians are related to the kings and queens of, because we know that the English, what's her name, Queen Elizabeth is German. Changed her name.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Anyhow, that's a lot. You're gonna learn a lot of this stuff as you grow up. And the problem with what they've done is they give us History Channel and they kind of like give us this really retarded version of history. There's no depth to it. You really don't get in people's shoes. It's like, these are the bad guys and these are the victims, and that's it. If you wear these symbols or just like this or act like this, you're evil. That's so stupid. We're never gonna learn. When you grow up and you actually get to apply your own life experience, your own realities of how things really work, you get to look back and go, oh, yeah.
Only the veterans really know what really happened.
And they tell you. You know what they tell you?
What?
War is indescribable. It's the worst thing in the world. But when you're called to do things like protect your own home, or I hope you don't have to.
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm struggling with. I can't I'm not a, I'm not, dude, my whole life goal is to be old, but when I recognize that the children are the line, I mean, it just gotta be. It's okay. I mean, like, this is the problem. Like, I was afraid, man, when COVID first came out and I was watching those 30-second vids from fucking China and this and that, and no one was doing anything. I got scared, man. I mean, I was like, fucking, I bought like $600 worth of gas masks, nuclear, biological, chemical rated, filtered masks because I'm like, oh, we're gonna need masks. I didn't buy whatever. And it wasn't until I realized I was projecting all this fear onto my child that I really knew that I had to deal with this. And it's been an ebb and flow since. You come up with something, you gotta find a solution. This is what being a parent is.
I didn't really was
Yeah,
scared. I
man.
didn't really
That was a
care.
key moment for me. Anyhow, I want to share that with people because if they're having trouble getting there, I mean, I'm not loving light when I go to the store. I look at a dad with his kid and his mask, and I'm like, you fucking pussy, come here. Come here. Look at you're scaring this kid. You're scaring this kid. What are you fucking doing? I hate that. I hate because I've experienced fear from my parents and all that stuff growing up. You don't want that from your parents. You want people that you look up to. You want courage. You want no solution. It is a
You-
perfect opportunity.
you're right.
I was looking
You're
at
right about,
when we're at Home Depot that one day. I'm getting wood. I was looking at there was a kid wearing a mask.
So this keeps happening over and
I
over.
was doing this.
We'll see other kids and I'm
I
like,
was doing like this.
Yeah, we got to be really careful of what we project onto our kids, our fears. Because I was going through some serious paranoia when, with good reason.
yeah,
But when my daughter was
Yeah,
young, and
you
I
guys-
realized
good
that I put some shit on her, some fear that she shouldn't have needed. That but we've talked about it now, and like we've gone through that, and she's seen the change happen and the security that I have now that she can also have. So that is also a good positive projection that we put on our kids too, because they see us by example, that when we find and we're secure in ourselves, they find their own security within themselves because they know that ain't nobody else out there going to save you. You got to save yourself.
Yeah, and that contrast is totally visible to her, I'm sure, because now that you are confident and knowing fear and then knowing confidence, you can see the contrast and you can realize that you're safe. We're okay. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I took my daughter on the car ride. I took her to the hospital and we drove around all the hospitals we could get to. And I showed her how absolutely empty all those parking lots were. And I made sure. And then we drove home and we just told jokes about how stupid this is. And how they shut down the world because somebody sneezed in China. How much sense does that make? You know what I mean?
Somebody sneezed in China.
Yeah, so it's the butterfly effect of bullshit.
Right.
Somebody sneezed in China and it
Yeah.
caused a pandemic in the US.
like cold, you have cold. You have it. You have coronavirus. You eat tiger peanuts. Cure coronavirus.
So
Yeah, the news can say that. Actually, on the news, they said that the water makes frogs gay. They told me that.
Who did?
Ben,
Oh, Ben did. Alex Jones gets around, man.
and then they said that COVID was in the pond.
Man, the
That
backfire
was CNN.
that they've got lined up for them, and they're well aware, but there's a small window of opportunity. If they fuck this up, they're fucked for a good long time. And hey, there was no battlefield this time. There's no nothing. It's all psychological warfare. They're doing occult practices, sorcery. They've brought out the works. They've even got to the point where it's like, you know, what they're doing is they slam you with all these rules and all this stuff, and they don't follow a single fucking one of them. And I'm like, why am I following these rules? Oh, I'm a good person and I want to do good things. Well, you know what? Fuck all the rules. You want to fucking fight, motherfucker? Get up over here on this mountain, take off your belt. Me and you, we'll fucking wrestle butt ass naked like they used to do back in the fucking day when real men were men. We'll have it fucking sorted out. But it's not going to be like that. So we have to be
But who would have
creative.
win?
We have to support each other. We have to like really peek it. Look at this stuff in
Who would have
ways that
win?
most people don't. And you're going to hit a lot of dead ends and rabbit holes and stuff, but
But
eventually
if it was a fight,
Well, that's what I'm
who would
saying.
win?
We've got to focus on our spiritual gifts. They're not going to expect that shit. We can do
I wouldn't say they're not going to expect it. They're terrified of it.
this. Well,
You
we're more
know,
powerful than that. It's like
get the vaccine, get the
whole
vaccine, get the
Obi-
vaccine. Yeah.
It's the whole Obi-Wan thing.
What's
If
the
you, kill
Obi-Wan
me,
thing?
if you kill me, I'm only going to be stronger.
It's possible. I mean,
But they've done it before. Like they wanted to kill me before,
mhm.
and it
That's
only made
another
me
thing.
stronger.
So I think we're protected in some weird way because I've skated on the edge. I've run into, you have too, some extremely terrifying situations just by the being not even in the presence of these people. Just
Mm.
3 degrees of separation. You're like, holy fuck. Maybe
Yeah.
you've been closer, but I can't. There's something's looking out for us. Something is
Mhm.
there in the background or right in front of us. I don't know, doing things.
Absolutely.
God
No,
bless them. Thank
we
you,
are
my
protected,
ancestors.
dude. We
We
are
are protected.
protected. I
Always
am-
remember that.
guarantee it over and over again. It's been shown to me over and over again, like how close I've scooted death, you know, like, wow, that was crazy. There's no
I mean,
way
Yeah.
that something wasn't there, like tweaking things just a little bit.
I want to. If I wasn't so tired, I could say a little bit better about it. But yeah, that's it. And I think we all have that experience. So if we continue to remind each other of that kind of stuff, it's gonna get tough, guys. It's gonna get really tough. I think the situation we're looking at is probably some downtime where we won't be able to communicate. We're really on our own for a period of time. You know, we
Yeah.
might be like not be able to talk for the next 6 months, and
Might
we'll have
be.
to like reconnect after by spring or something. Who made it, who didn't, I don't know, but that's really the sense I have. It's not, it might not even be that bad. Maybe it's just a depression, maybe it's something, you know. I'm the tsunami, La Palma, and I'm like, ooh, divine intervention. But wait, millions dead. Is it worth it? No, it's not worth it. I'd rather just fucking fight it out. You know, am I the only one thinking that? Yeah, come on.
No, I'm
Asteroid.
with you.
No, no.
That's not the way to do it. And look at all the people I'm watching. It's sad, man. I love Jesus very much. He's a warrior king. You tap into that, you're gonna be great. But these guys, every time I go into comments and stuff, I see, I can't do this. Jesus, come back. Jesus, come back. Or the Jesus thing, and it's like,
Yeah, you're missing the point of the
you're
story,
missing the
bro.
point. Yeah. All endings are beginnings, dude. For real. I had that a long time ago, but you know,
Why did they crucify him?
why
Because
did
because Rome sucks.
Jews killed the Romans, everybody? And even if it's not a true story, that egregore is a fucking badass. But here we go. I was listening anyway. I'm sorry, I'm ranting. But even tapping into that power with Christianity, it's like the war ended 2,000 years ago. Why are you acting like you're defeated? I mean, the guy got on the cross. He didn't, I don't know if he advocated for us, but ever since I listened to Troy McLaughlin's Saturn Death cult material back in 2012, 2000,
Yeah, man.
I think it was,
Yeah.
because he sat there and told you. I didn't know. I thought it is finished. I didn't. Jesus, that's what I had, and I was always like, it was such a huge revelation to get into Christianity late with some really good people, And no one was talking about 3 people being crucified on that hill. And then all the allegories, Galaga is a skull, all this stuff. There's so much beauty in it. Astrotheology scared the shit out of me. I'm like, could it be? But no, it's one of the most beautiful things in the world because it just adds more.
Yeah.
Right.
And anyhow, Tetelestai, it is finished, paid in full, debt paid. He did it. And so if you're really going to be a Christian or anything, or if you want to benefit from Christianity, just know that the war was won 2,000 years ago. And you probably are just here to watch, wars. Most people who fight in wars don't even know they lost them yet. And they drag it on. It's like the fucking kid who won't go to
But
bed.
they don't even understand that they are the Christ. The Christ story has been told over and over again, even
There was
before
a time
Christ.
they did. Right.
Like
There was a time.
Hercules is a Christ story.
Yes,
those-
12
all
pillars of
those-
Hercules.
All those Christ stories are the king's hero's journey. It's the archetype. And that when we've been through it, you've been through it, and you found that it wasn't out there. It wasn't somebody else that you're waiting on to save you. You did it yourself. You had to do it yourself because that's the Christ. The Christ is here. And that's what Christ was actually trying to tell you, that the kingdom of Zion is within.
I mean, like, man, and there's so many initiations onto this path. The universe is built, I believe, literally for that whole experience throughout your life. And and our creative force as human beings and our cultures and all that stuff. It's just like what we were talking about in the beginning of the show is with Lindsay. She's like, there's so many different ways to do things and get out there.
Mhm.
There is no, right? Well, that's the same thing with this. You're always going to find yourself, as long as you're authentic with it and you listen to yourself, it's still in us, right? They can burn as many books as they want. They can build as many Googles and supercomputers and all that stuff. They can do as much mind control as they fucking want. But there's always going to be one of us who contains within us the actual truth, information, just all. It's a fractal, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Any way you want to find, and we're going to find that hero's journey. And when we walk through it, we're going to come out pretty fucking badass.
Yeah.
Dr. Fauci didn't live no fucking hero's journey. Fuck that guy. Biden, he's a fucking monkey. That dude didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. He probably, maybe he kissed some buttholes and did some masturbation rituals and stuff in college. That's not the hero's journey,
Mm-mm.
So these people, to me, really, maybe I'm just being my old pride lion self, but it's just like, you're fucking nothing.
Yeah.
You're nothing. I've stood before men who I thought were something, and they trembled. I thought I was something, and I stood before men, and I've trembled. And in each one of those
Mm-hmm.
specific incident, it had to do with what we're talking about, hero's journey, or actually growing and lots of healing there.
Yeah.
But you're on that path, man. I'm proud of you, brother. I'm
Proud
proud
of
of
you,
you, man.
You're more badass than me, dude. I don't know. I don't think I could have handled still not having an answer to one or two of those experiences of yours. I want to get my hands on somebody.
Yeah, been through that.
It's still going on too.
It's still happening, man. It's still unfolding. And in fact, I've talked to Jim about this. I really, because the more people that we talk to as a group, like Jerry and Lindsay talked to this gentleman. Hey, Jim, can you take care of that? In the
Whoa.
chat?
Yeah.
So we're getting trolled or something here.
Whoa!
What the heck is
Snapshot that.
happening? Wow.
Time out.
What? Somebody's getting at us.
That's
You know-
awesome.
What?
When did it start?
Just
No.
now as I started talking.
Yeah.
They're always listening, dude. And here's the thing is
Wow.
I can't not talk without knowing that somebody's listening. So my point is to whatever that is going back to what Lindsay was saying, be my own most authentic self and give a rat's ass about what the fuck this is. whoever is doing this, fuck
Right.
you.
Yeah.
You guys can't get to me. You can't get to me anymore. I'm not yours. You can't fucking have me. All right? There.
Is that nigger in all like different languages or something?
I can't get it to.
It
It's
won't
weird.
stop.
Yeah, I'm hiding the user.
That's interesting.
So remember, archons have no creatability whatsoever, so they just watch. We're the intelligence, the true intelligence. NSA is nothing, dude. It's probably a fucking closet with a bunch of fucking lights, like a Star Trek movie set, and all they're doing is watching us. Like, what are they doing organically?
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
the simulated world system. That's nothing compared to what we got.
Yep. And it's got that hallmark of repeating, no creativity, just copy, copy, copy,
Yep.
copy, copy over and over.
Wow.
So I've been thinking about FM, Freemasons. This came up, I think, with Jerry Marzinski.
What is that? What's going on?
And FM is that is 613, and that is the number of mitzvahs. And I do believe, I don't know, I probably picked this up somewhere that I can't even recall, but yeah, I believe that Christ he enacted the 614th mitzvah, and that was the sacrifice, the self-sacrifice, the finalizing. So that takes the FM of Freemasonry and makes it into an FN, and that's la fin. That's the end of it all. The finishing move. And I think that that selflessness, that making the self-sacrifice, that's something that those fools, they don't have.
Dick Liquor. God. Sorry. These fucks.
Sorry, Jim.
You guys know about
Wow.
Unit 88200,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
really intelligent, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. What do you do for a living? Israel. Man, look at me. We're the chosen people. I don't even know. Fucking insane. 250 plus fucking Congress, Senate, dual citizens. Like, it's just common sense, man. What the fuck?
Did you
You
guys
know.
see? Have you guys seen the image of the Senate, where it is from an aerial view? It looks like a menorah,
Does it?
and that's the minor arcana. It's
Yeah.
altered. It's not a perfect one. It's not 7. It's 9 candle. And if you look at it from that aerial view, once you see it, you'll never unsee it. And it's basically, it's not. It's a false state. It's not the nation. That's the false state. And they're trying to fulfill prophecy, and it's all copy paste.
And if they just would have left things alone, it would have unfolded naturally and they would have had it. But no, they needed to do this and that,
Yeah, it's fully inorganic. All of that.
Let's see how it works out for them. It's
Yeah.
just, I don't. Project Pogo, you just see this stuff everywhere. You find
Yeah.
out that you have a dual citizen. There's people in government that hold dual citizens.
Yes.
Okay, well, who are all they? Just one. Just one.
Right.
Just
And
one that
here-
happened to own all the media too. Oh, and the banks.
Yeah.
Wait, has this happened before? Yeah, I'm suspicious. No, I'm something else. I really want these questions answered. I want somebody to,
Mhm.
without going, well, we're the chosen people or something stupid. Give me a real answer. Well,
Right.
they do. We're creating a new world order.
Yeah.
It's a world
Have you-
government, right?
Yeah. Have you guys heard the theory that the ultimate goal is to get your own mind to fight with itself, to make your own left and right, be in such turmoil that you're permanently paralyzed, stagnated, freeze up. And
It
that's
works.
what I hear when I hear dual citizenship. You're fighting in your own mind, in your own household.
Well, they would never say dual citizenship. They would say, I only a citizen with this person. But if we're talking, on the TV and stuff, maybe, they're not. They can't hold two. Was it serve two masters?
Can't serve two masters. That's it. Yep. And now check this out. I'm going to bring forth Princess Bride. You guys all know Princess Bride real well, right? Yeah. So the dueling scene, the scene where they're fighting. At first, they're both on the left-hand path. They were initially fighting with the left hand, and right. And so, partway through, the Spaniard, he says, "I know something you do not know." Oh, what is that? Well, I'm not left-handed. Dun, dun, dun. And then he like starts pushing the fight to him. And then he's like, well, why are you smiling? Well, I know something you don't know. What is that? I'm not left-handed either. So I have a really far out theory about that. This comes from, it's rooted in some of the sovereignty work. And somebody has put it out there years ago that the birth certificate in the baby's feet on the birth certificate, they posited that having the right foot forward was royal house indication, and having the left foot forward was of the mundane, not of a chosen bloodline. And I've held on to that for a long time, and it's actually garnered a lot of insight potentially, and it even would indicate that with the right foot forward, you're standing in the private. You're sovereign. You're of the chosen bloodline, so you're standing in the private side. And when you switch the feet, then that would be a servant, the serving class. So the left foot is forward. Those are the servants. They're going to go do the dirty work for you. And I find it really interesting that there's something integrated into that with that fight scene where they start off on the left-hand path, where their public persona, they're projecting this in their weakness, they're projecting their weak side. And halfway through the fight, they decide to play to their strength and go back to their right-hand path and dominate the struggle. I think there really is. I think there's something going on there with dual citizenship, the right-hand path, the left-hand path, private, public. I think there's a bit of a lesson in there, because fencing is, court. The word to go to court, that means cut, and so many fencing terms are implemented in the philosophy and the methodology of defending yourself, seeking remedy in that arena. I think there's something there. I think there really is.
We live in a hermetic principle, duality. This is just the way things are. And I never thought of it as a bad thing, really.
Right.
I don't anymore. But if you're interfering with that natural process and you're preventing people from, actually getting that experience and gaining the wisdom through experiencing that, which they are, that might be fucking evil, because you're preventing a soul or a spirit or any of that stuff. Like, no matter what you think, dude, you're fucking delusional. If it might get to the point we're just gonna banish these motherfuckers. I don't know. Someone we gotta get to that point. It's like, okay, you're the kid in the fucking playground who this whole time has been running back and forth and getting all of us to fight and being that little weaselly, bagel leaf fucking thing that I know I've seen it 100 times. You just got to get to the point where like, we're done with this. Because I know how people really are, dude. I mean, I've been to Skid Row. I've been to these places, man. There's magical places in this world where everyone has a common bond, and all that stuff is the scales of prejudice, we used to say. All that stuff just kind of goes away. It doesn't just it's magic.
Yeah.
There's no atheists in a foxhole. There's no racism in foxholes, guys. There's no, when people have a common bond, when they really have a purpose and presented to them,
Dad,
these things become quite obvious. Well, you've
Mhm.
just smashed their entire construct or whatever. You destroyed it. They've got nothing. They've got nothing on you. Every now and then you might slip
Right.
away on your phone or a thing or two like that, but I'm telling you, I know that there ain't no atheists in foxholes, and people actually do want to help each other. They do it all the
That's
time.
right.
Create those places. I don't know. I mean, that's why I love detoxes and places that are seedy and scary that are people haven't been to. But that's my mystical playground. I don't know. How do we empower people? I mean, I listen to Lindsay and everybody talk about love, but you know, kick some ass while you're at it. Listen to you guys, Gordon, Gabe.
Mhm.
I don't know. If I fail, it's gonna be a good fail. I'm just, you know, what I don't wanna die this
Well,
year.
redefine fail. You've not failed, my friend. You've excelled.
Well, this is
I mean,
my
we have
own
failed before, but you're not going to fail
self-projected-
now.
right. Where I'm trying to like, I don't know where to let go. I've got other things that kind of give me, you know, it's the astrology for next month and what I'm personally looking at. And I for whatever reason, I still open-minded, but it really has to do with everything with COVID and what's going on. I mean, who doesn't remember 2001? I ain't falling for that shit again. And then COVID again. You know, every single one of these things that your sorcery and stuff, I'm just sick of it. I think we all are. Stop fucking with my mind, my heart. Those are the two battlefields that really were, that's the only battlefield there is. And they go for that.
Yep.
Fuck you. Sick of it. You're not going to do this to my kids. You're not going to do the shit that you're talking about to those children either. There's no fucking way that we're going to let them do that. I mean, I can't save everybody. I just hope and pray that our ancestors or all the gods and that ever have been just kind of go, holy shit, look at these amazing human beings.
Yeah, man.
Fuck those guys. Let's help them. They're actually
Exactly.
worth it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
something
Dad?
will unfold.
remember that time that I got pushed and then I went downstairs and told you?
Well, that was the house in the forest checking us out before when we first moved in. I'm like, who are you? We've had some experiences, and then I've always known.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it's the
Interesting.
woods. It's the land. It's like, who are you moving up in here? You know.
We got experiences
family.
with what?
It's called paranormal. A paranormal experience. You had a paranormal experience.
With a
It's a-
spirit.
It's a phenomenon. A phenomenon is something that people generally recognize, but they don't have an explanation yet. So they call it a phenomenon.
Why did it push me? Why did the spirit push me?
I push you sometimes. Like, what's up, man? How you doing? You notice me?
It just pushed me on the side when I was just playing on my phone in your bed.
Yeah.
I didn't even.
A lot
I
of
didn't even hear footsteps. I was just snoring.
I have my older
Yeah,
son.
it
And
happens,
then I
man.
just got pushed. I should have looked behind me.
Maybe his grandpa.
Yeah.
He bumped into you. He didn't
Might
mean
have
to.
been. It happens.
A
I've
lot
had
of
that stuff happen too.
yeah. A
I
lot of
looked
people.
with Grandpa Ed, but I didn't talk to him.
I talk to
like-
Grandpa Ed all the time.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I was just thinking about my grandpa
Ed,
today.
but
What's that?
I didn't.
I was thinking
see
about my
that
grandpa
Ed.
today. That's interesting. He's
Yeah,
thinking that.
mine too. They've been
Yeah.
coming up.
Yeah.
I'm really grateful because he was, especially both of my grandfathers, but
Responding to what you
but
said.
my grandpa Hamill was a war vet, a World War II hero.
Yeah.
Right.
And thank God for his stories, man. Like, because I was the only male in my family, so I was the one who got to hear all the stories, the
Nice.
war stories. Thank God, man.
Where did was he actually combat
Yeah,
engineer or something?
He-
Or
he was one of the first Navy frogmen.
oh, really?
He was first generation frogman. They then became a Seabee.
What did he
because
get you
was
into?
Such a good diver. Yeah. Well, hey, I think about that too.
Yeah.
Like, what did I get into? I was born into this, but yeah, it
Yeah.
was,
Contract stuff. No one really knows.
who knows?
They get into it because they're trying to do. They take advantage of us. Defend your country.
Yeah.
Do these things.
It was a big deal in my interview. I'm telling you, when that his story, my lineage
Yeah.
and mystical experiences were a big deal when they're
Yes.
in the interviews that I was doing to get the job that happened, right? To get to where
Pull the
where I
grandpa
was.
card. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a big thing for them. They asked me a lot about, because they, in those psychological tests, they ask you about like your weirdest mystical experiences or paranormal experiences. Like,
Who
do you
does? They
believe
did
in
that?
Yeah.
Whoa.
In the psychological tests, and they're extensive. And then you get to have a session with a counselor, and they talk to you about your answers and stuff, and you have to expand on them. And my grandpa's war stories were a big interest. Healing my daughter's hand
Yeah. Huh.
that was boiled, and healing it with prayer was a really big interest to them. And Lindsay and I have talked about this, like the ticks that they go down the list, and every time I hear some other MK Ultra person, they're like, "Oh yeah, and this was in my past too." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that too." There's
Wow.
like specific things, and Lindsay too. She's had those experiences. We've kind of played with this idea that they look for those people that are that have that spiritual connection, so that, because they know that whatever the UFO bullshit is, it's not nuts and bolts. It's not just the machines. There's a spiritual component that they don't understand, and that's what they're trying to understand.
Yep.
That's where I'm leaning now.
Yep.
That or
in everything that I'm trying to figure out, but
they've been told and they don't want to accept it. They want it to be something else. They're gonna
Mhm.
continue.
yeah, they want to make it the material. They want to make all the spiritual material. That's what AI is. It's fucking Frankenstein. We're creating a fucking monster.
Yep. All the monsters throughout history have been a one-to-one translation to the fears of the collective.
Huh.
So I might be getting these flip-flopped, but Frankenstein came into play right around the time that electricity and also there was a lot of grave robbing and necromancy was kind of floating in the back of human mentality. And then vampires, the vampire came on the scene right around the time of, I think, around vaccines. It had to do with vaccines, like
Really?
penetrating your skin. And now think of Alien in the face suckers and penetrating men. So that's your masks and your vaccines, or whatever we're calling it. The cowpoke.
My mom calls masks face diapers.
That's the perfect term for it. You have a very wise mother.
Yeah. Dude, that's like, I just watched a documentary. I was canning 3 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
And it was
Was that
about aliens and the guys, how they created it, came up with the face hugger, and how it was
Yeah.
through dreams this guy had, all these weird things that were going on. And they were talking about how they tapped into some of the deepest like collective fears, like you're talking about, penetrating, impregnating. It was, yeah. These guys were tapped into some dark shit. And they, I don't know if they were doing it on purpose, but they just were artists tapping into it. They unleashed something.
They sure did. Yeah, they sure did. I had a guided meditation once when I was a kid, and it was some irresponsible shit, and I'll never forget it. It was
Yeah.
horrifying, but I would venture to guess
The girl on the phone?
I might have, yeah, I might have seen a little bit of what these guys were getting into. It was over the phone with a friend who was, she was an aspiring mystic, and she took me on a guided meditation into into an elevator
Yeah.
and down to the bottom level. She said, just press the bottom button as far down as it will go. And I pressed the button and it went down, and I watched the buttons go down with every breath that I took. And when that elevator opened, it was a dark, burnt library. And there was hardly any light. Most of the light was from my elevator. And there was movement in the shadows. And I'll tell you what, essentially what I saw was a squad of face huggers crawling on the walls coming at me. And they did not want me in that place. They were very adamant that I did not belong. And they wanted me as terrified as possible. And I started screaming, started flipping my, I lost it. And she told me, close the door, close the door, close the door. And to this day, there's a part of me that is like, no, man, I should have flipped on the light switch. And those
Yeah.
motherfuckers, they would have scattered. They would have scattered. They couldn't have touched me. They couldn't have come into the light. They had no place in the light. And just it was all inference in hints and allegations. It was rumors of war. That was the fear that they were using. And that's what we're dealing with right now. It's the same MO. But they definitely had that face hugger kind of spiders in the darkness kind of thing going on. It was quite the vision.
That's what those shadow entities do. Everyone once I got into detox, I learned real quick, do not ask an alcoholic if they've ever had any experience with shadow stuff. They will fucking shut you down, freak out, maybe even run, because it's too early.
Yeah.
They go for the throat and the mouth, most
Right.
people, and they strangle you or they suffocate you.
Mm-hmm.
They
Dad,
crush you, the night of the crusher type of deal.
I haven't had one of those things where your eyes mess with you and you see something that doesn't actually there. You know that?
Oh, someday you will. You'll eat the wrong mushroom.
You know what I like to do whenever I have dark spirits? I've learned how to sing, and you don't have to sing very good. You just make sure you're singing, and that takes care of them real well. The better
What
the
do they
song,
do?
the better it
Great
works.
advice.
Yeah, man. Just belt out and let them know that you own the space.
Thank you for that so much. You just
I haven't had
said the same thing that I've been saying, so
I
that's good.
haven't had an experience with one in a long time.
Yeah.
They
Just
left
think of
me-
it. Make sure you think of a real good song ahead of time, so you don't have to stop and hesitate and be like, which song am I going to use? Just have it ready to go. Whatever song you want.
Okay.
Uh, what is you don't know any songs, do you? You don't sing much. I sing all the time.
The only time I sing is at music class.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
I'm gonna hear him singing upstairs, and I'm like, oh, I better go up there. He'll do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's been Chance's thing was great this morning. Jim, thank you so much for everything, dude. I love you, man. Gordy, Gabe, you guys, and everyone that's listening, just flow state. Hook up with each other, answer the call, just, jump in, be authentic. I always think that one of my biggest character defects was accepting people for who they are right off the bat. Like I'm such an accepting person. That's a superpower. And I notice it's like that's like our common characteristic in our group is we're all just very accepting of people.
Yeah, man. That's what I like about Rogue Ways. First I thought it was the rogue part that I was really drawn into, but no, it's that S on the end.
Yeah.
It's,
The many ways.
Many paths, one
Uh-huh.
destination.
Yep. Yeah, I
We've
think
all
about
got
that a lot.
something-
Like, sorry.
We've all got something to teach each other and something to learn from
Yeah.
Is
each other.
that actually Golden Boy though? No?
Yeah,
Man.
It's
That's
a
the thing
golden
is-
boy.
we're the new mutants, man,
Right.
and the evolution is happening.
Transmutants.
We're the neo-human, or whatever they want to call it, whatever words are going to come out of this. The new people, they're here. They're
Yeah.
these guys. They're these guys that were pissed because somebody's fucking up with our chat because we're all cool.
I wonder, maybe no one's fucking with us. Maybe something happened. I don't know.
What
But
time?
They're numbered.
But they can't get to us. That's the thing is
They
they
can't get to us.
They can't get to us. If we're cut off from the internet tomorrow, I'm okay. You know why I'm okay? Because I know there's a Snake Jones out there somewhere.
Yep.
Because I know there's a Gabriel out there somewhere. There's a Jim Maiden who's got my 6 somewhere.
Right.
You know, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
If all this goes away, it's cool. It's
Yeah.
fine. We'll find each other again.
Yeah.
We've probably found each other 1,000 times before that. Because I don't know about you guys, but when I met everybody that I've actually met in person from these circles, I've already had a connection with.
You had the experience of I've known this person. It's like you're not a stranger. It keeps
Exactly.
happening more and more.
It's happening. And like, there's a couple of people I've met over the last 5 years that I'm like, I have always known this person.
Right on.
And that just confirms what I've found through meditation and regression, that we've done this 1,000,000 times, guys.
Yeah.
And we win every time.
More people have heard you say that. It's the quickening. It's bringing us the realization. Like everyone knows this. They say it to themselves in their own little moment of reflection of their own experiences. Then they got to go back out to their rat race day, and they might forget it or something like that. But where they really screwed up is they shut all that down, and those little moments that we've had more time to hear it from someone else and go, and it's like we're talking here. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the shit that makes me badass. Something like that. Just a reminder. Hey man, come on.
Yeah, and we all need it. We all need that reminder. I need to do it myself, and like Chance talking about staying in flow, because I really feel like I stay in flow now, but I just do that job. Like that job is just so I can get back into flow again. All the minutia of life and bullshit is only something that I have to do to keep that. It's not in my way of my flow anymore. It's just part of it, and it comes with the flow. Like my flow is already flowing. It's just another thing. Just like all the other bullshit and people who listen to commercial radio.
Dude, have you listened to
I
NPR
hate
lately?
it. Oh my God. Dude, it's disturbing.
What's
NPR
going-
is scary.
What's going on in NPR?
I
Oh,
listened to it for like 5 minutes yesterday.
hi. That's all you can handle.
That's all you can handle.
Because it's so blatant. It's like everything is emotion. You might turn it on and it'll be like, we need to stop the circumcision of African women in New Uganda. And it's like, we need to stop the circumcision of white men, black men here in America. What the fuck are you talking about? Circumcision of what does that have to do? But they're constantly attacking the emotion. Like
Yeah.
the car yesterday, I just had to listen. And it was about some persecuted Jew in 1933 that I can't verify or talk about, but that somehow that person's still alive telling the same story from 1933 and raising money. Like, this is irrelevant. You're attacking people's emotion. It's like,
Yeah.
it's always something like that.
That's what blows me away. The shit that people think is important. Like I really don't feel like I'm living on the same planet. Like I'm not the same species. I
Yeah.
really don't feel like that. I like, how do you think that car is going to serve your soul? Like seriously, I'm genuine about that. Like,
If you don't know, you don't know. What if you don't know you have a soul? Or what if,
gas.
there's so many things I didn't know was not, as a child I knew. It feels
Right.
weird. Feels like I always knew as a kid, and then
Right.
you got into whatever, but I just didn't know until I knew. Someone either introduced it to me or I was able to. So I mean, I think a lot of people just don't know. They, if you haven't had the experience either, like a real spiritual experience. A spiritual experience can do so much for people. And we need it. We really do. And
Everybody universally has that longing for it, and it's that not knowing what it is they need. That's why they look for it in cars and watches
Yeah.
and clothes.
because they're presented at other, I mean, look at the effort they've put into some of these things and now you see why they do it. It's to distract you from.
Yeah, it's such a powerful need that that it sells cars and it sells watches and shoes that are too expensive.
Well, it keeps you in that shame cycle too, of not being adequate enough for the other guy. Like, because we're trying to fill that hole with acceptance and bullshit from somebody else that's never going to fill it.
The inner
Okay.
child. Nobody likes me.
Yeah,
You guys are
exactly.
mean.
Mhm.
That's sometimes how I feel. I have a
Oh, I
fit,
know.
and I don't think anybody likes me.
Everybody.
Little brother, we all have been there. We
Mhm.
all of us have been there, and we know that. And you are stronger than that.
His first day of school, because he wanted to go back to school, and we're like, okay, this is gonna be, but we're gonna support him. He had written down he made little cards. I think he did how many, like 12 of your phone number to hand out to
No,
all your new
14,
friends.
I think.
14. He was going to school the next day and he was going to hand out his number and make 14 friends.
Awesome.
Oh, good for you, dude.
Great
Then
idea.
I wanted to have him come to my house the first try. Like, nope, because of COVID.
Yeah.
And I was
Mhm.
disappointed. Like, oh,
See what they've done?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
They've denied my
Right.
child that experience. They just have, and with many others. Like, it's,
Yep.
I'm done with it.
A state-sponsored friend allowance.
That's the damage, man. That's
Wow.
the real damage to us.
It is
Wow.
horrific.
Sure.
I should say state-sanctioned friend
Yeah.
allowance.
You know what, Ellis? This is going to make you stronger. You're going to be a better man. You're going to be a stronger man
Yep.
because of this experience. And I'm happy for you. It sucks. And that's honestly, that's bullshit. But brother, you're going to be better for this experience because you're going to find your own worth through this. You don't need
All the other
anybody to
kids.
tell you. You don't need anybody else to tell you you're worthy.
That's right. And don't forget to be your own best friend.
That's right.
I'm a Mog, half man, half dog. That's Spaceballs.
I know.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine, Lone Star. Do you remember your parents like laughing at the TV and stuff, and you don't know what the heck that is that there's all those adult jokes? And you're just-
Uh-huh.
Ellis gets more adult. He's heard more adult conversation. 90% of his is adults. He doesn't get to.
Yeah.
It pisses me. It doesn't make me mad. It's just, And he's like, we had a talk one night where it was evening. We're walking the grounds and right before school. And he's like, when I grow up, I want to have a lot of friends, Dad. And I'm like, oh, and it made me reflect. Oh, like I'm 40, and there are so many people. You meet so many beautiful human beings that you want to be selfish. You want to keep them in your life forever. But I was trying to, how do you teach your son? It's just not like that. Mostly you're going to meet a lot of amazing
Yeah.
people, and sometimes they're in your life short period. Sometimes
I made
long
a
periods.
friend that was in
Sometimes
my
they come back.
class. I made the first friend that was in my class. His name's Garland, but
Mhm.
he does this thing to your neck
What'd you do that for?
because he's a kid. He's a
Uh,
boy.
Did you give him one of your phone numbers?
We were supposed to go to his party, but it rained.
Yep. We're not friends anymore though.
Oh yeah, why is that?
Because Jimmy hit me and I tried dodgeball, but I tried to win. But
All
he
my
hit
best
me.
friends, you know how I made my friends?
How?
In a big hard fight where we just like toe to toe fought each other. There might have been a girl there, and then we realized we couldn't kick each other's ass, and we're like,
I'm
oh
still
man,
trying to be his friend,
Relit-
but he just says
I'm
no.
s-
But we still talk.
serious.
And
Lots
do
of
all
fights.
We
And
probably are friends. He just doesn't.
kids
say
ain't
it
getting that
like
experience. My 20-year-old son has never punched someone
Whoa.
I
or been punched, and I'm like, he's like, you don't understand, Dad. School's
I
not
don't know
like
if-
that anymore.
I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, man.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't
punched before.
have to fight my way through junior high, I don't know where I'd
Right?
be.
I
Like,
punched before.
So Ellis, you've heard the phrase, friends come and friends go, right?
There you go.
Well, I gotta tell you, friends come, friends go, then they come again, then they go again, then they come again.
That's right.
So
My
it
friend
happens.
Arnold came, then go,
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
them to come back
I know.
and they'll go.
Yep. I know. Out of all the things you want in this world, you're always trying to not let people know that you want other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we,
Anyway, that's just
And-
all it is. Everybody wants to
And isn't
know
that funny?
Don't lie to me.
Like, when you're finally
a
secure in
friend-
yourself
Listen.
and you're finally secure in yourself that you don't need anybody else, that's when they all come.
That's so true.
That's when everybody's got your back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you can't cheat an honest man. Why is that? I ain't looking for any deals. I ain't looking to take anything.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
I
need
had
anything.
a friend in my class
Yeah.
who was quarantined for 20 days, and it felt like a few years.
What's going to happen when we have a real crisis? They got these. We should be able to handle a crisis. They're training people. If even, if they're training the kids, like, oh, if there's ever a crisis, you don't have to solve your own problems. Come to us.
Yeah.
We'll shelter in place shit. That is so sick.
Yeah. I think about the reason I hate NPR so much is because the subject matter is so triggering, but the voice that delivers it is so soothing.
Oh yeah.
And it drives me nuts. It feels like, you're being told the most emotionally supercharged information, but you're being told it in a manner that almost makes you go to sleep. And what I feel like is like somebody's pulling the bow while this NPR, this neuro-linguistic programming is going on. They're pulling the string back on the bow, and the only release that I get, the only sense of action or activation is at the commercial break when they sell you something. And so you're getting all this parthenia of the anticipation of, oh, something needs to be done. And then they're like, okay, buy this, buy that. The government's got a solution. Everything's fine. Just go back to sleep. And it drives me
Yeah.
nuts. And here it's like culminated. It has culminated.
Well, and the whole modus operandi is to get you to not rely on yourself. Like,
Yeah.
we got to
Yes.
save everybody. We got to do this for somebody. We got to save this person from this imaginary thing that we probably don't even know that they have, or we're just making shit up basically. But we've got to find that poor person and save them from themselves. Fuck you. Ain't nobody gonna save me from anybody.
Yep.
No, but they'll walk shoulder to shoulder with you as you decide that you're going to make some changes or you're going to do this. I've the best experience out of all my recovery is being taught from day one. We don't save people.
That's
They
right.
save themselves. Don't sell a guy short or
That's
a
right.
girl and deny them the experience that they're going to need in all this. Shoulder
Yeah.
to shoulder is how we used to say. So I've been, that's
And letting somebody make their decisions, but be there for them.
dude, they tricked me the whole time. My best mentors, they gave me direction, but it was direction that was already in here. Like I didn't agree to it because, it felt like maybe I never heard of such a thing, or that's crazy, that's not going to work, but I did it. I did it because generally the person that was my mentor would not ask me to do anything they hadn't done themselves. We've gotten creative quite a bit, but when it comes to helping people, what is it? You know what wisdom is? If you ain't got it, you ain't going to transmit it. You can yap all day long. But if you haven't really obtained the wisdom through your own experience, it doesn't have to be the same exact. You're not going to be able to transmit it. And people can tell. They can tell when, I've never liked to be in that situation. I've been in it before where I knew that this was something that a person needed to do for their best benefit, or this is what you need to do, but I haven't done it myself. Well, I learned real quick, hurry up and find someone who has and get that person in front of that.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. It's shoulder to shoulder kind of thing.
Mhm.
So that goes back to that whole principle. Our past is our greatest asset.
Dad, I have something
right.
to tell you that actually makes me mad. I have a friend at my school. I never really seen him not wear a mask. So he wears it at recess.
Well, that's because
Outside.
somebody has put fear on them. Because at this point, honestly, the boy should have been able to see, or his parent, his guardian should have been able to see at this point, this is ridiculous. I'm going to step up. That's another thing, man. I'm not putting you're putting your kids to bed every night, terrified. It's got to be the breaking point. It is. The children are the line. I think we're going to make it there. I think we're already there. The women have decided. And now, right now, the divine feminine's like, divine feminine is going, okay, well, I'm about
This
to
is on YouTube.
I'm about to sick some dogs on you. And that's my husband, that's my brother, that's my dad, that's these American men. And I've seen the the most pathetic, broken men that you would never think become anything in their 20s, 30s, 40s, even late 50s, completely turn it around and become these amazing human beings when they found a purpose. And generally that purpose was, heck, in my
Helping
early,
others.
yeah,
Helping others somehow.
knowing that you didn't, you'll make the connection. And this is going to be it. I mean, it's a fine line. Like when I watched Sandy Hook thing, I was like, wait a minute. An 18-year-old autistic retarded kid who lived in the basement went through, I don't know how many rounds, killed all these kids. I mean, I fucking shake with real violence, I'm the adrenaline, hearing the screams of kids. None of that stuff made that kid break down. He never trained. No, wait a minute, because I had to make a decision. A whole bunch of kids were killed. I needed to know how exactly they were killed so I can either make sure this doesn't happen. It does something to you, right? And I was able to get there on my own just by processing it through that way. I don't know why people go, oh, that kid. Your game with the kids shit is over. It doesn't work anymore. I spent years and years and years and years of hearing parents go, we did everything they told us to. We did it all. We and they still became heroin addicts, meth heads. Everything went to shit. We did everything they told us to. And you're like,
Mhm.
and they're like,
Over and over again.
oh, it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're running all the cocaine in the 80s, what's the best thing to do? Start there. How about just say no to drugs, kiddos? Hey, Reagan, how's that Contra going? They know this now. Parents know it. They buried their children for the last decade. We got 90K. I use that as an example because that's my experience. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I know what epidemics look like, okay? And I can tell you, if you're really in one, This is where they can't put us in a real epidemic, because what comes out of it is amazing, badass human beings that are ready. It's escalating. We're getting to that point.
I have a story.
Dr. Fauci hasn't gotten any better, and Biden is just,
Yeah, those lepers
Whatever they
don't
are.
change their spots.
Yeah, they represent something, and they're fucking it up.
Yeah.
They're
So
fucking it up.
You guys, we all know what a Capstone City is, right?
Remind us.
This is what Wolfgang, the fellow who was really on the
Yep.
SH, which SH spells shh, right?
Mm.
And his whole thing was like, blowing that whole thing wide open and exposing the fact that this shit ain't real. They didn't have any internet, the parking, the whole setup, all of it. Now that Capstone City, the linchpin
Your turn.
to a Capstone City is the coroner. The coroner is the way that you
Carver.
make sure, that those who come and go and all the records, all you need is that one. It's the linchpin. That's the person who holds it all together.
What did Bill Hicks say? Why don't you go down to the funeral home and stand at the fucking or the graveyard and go ahead
Yes.
and try and, he gave you that analogy, and I was like, wait a minute, yeah. Well, I fucking was there. Those actual corners, they'd been brought to a point where they're like, something's got to give. Then COVID happened. These people were the ones stepping up and doing things
Yeah.
concerning the epidemic, the opiate epidemic. They really were, because they were seeing it more than anybody.
Yeah. And here,
They talk.
I'll point it out again. I said it a couple weeks ago. Her name's Human Vibration. I didn't have her name on my database. Human Vibration. Big up to this woman, man. So she brought to light the fact that the same people who did John Benet Ramsey's photography are the exact same company that gave us the artistic renditions of COVID.
What?
Same people in play. And John Benet Ramsey, the paperwork at the coroner's office got stolen for some reason.
Really?
There's no paper trail at the coroner's office. So here we have a whole lot of coroners and Corona and Ramsey the King, a whole lot of royal bloodhouse signs and symbols. And her whole theory is that the Benet Ramsey thing is just, fiction on top of fiction on top of fiction through and through. And I love that philosophy. I can hold space for many ideas all at once, but I really like the way she comes at it. So big up to Human Vibration. Anybody who hasn't heard her, go find her and give her some time. It's well worth it. It's refreshing.
Post a
But yeah,
link to that.
What company is that?
what company? They're
Yeah.
they're in Colorado. She dropped it. She's dropped it before. Let
Is
me
it the
see.
same one that Tom Hanks represents Tom Hanks on Twitter and
That
stuff?
Did you just say Tom Hanks?
Yeah.
Do you know
That's-
that there's a new movie? I just saw it right before this started. It's a Chinese made. It's Tom Hanks. It's called 1 second. I'm telling you, this is blowing me away. I was like, what is this? Maybe you guys will see the same thing I do. Hold on. Where's it at? Oh, got 1,000 tabs.
You guys know Tom Hanks allegedly is very close relative to Abraham Lincoln.
Oh wow.
And if, just theoretically, if his blood was used for some sort of whatever to circulate to the masses, it would be a very interesting kind of Rh negative component being circulated if he had anything to do with any of the injections going around.
It's called Greyhound. Now, I only got 15 minutes into this and I was blown away because I'm telling you, they're speaking, it was filmed in Chinese. He's speaking Chinese and they dubbed it over, But right now I'm looking at it and I think the whole entire thing is CGI, even the actors themselves.
When you were watching it,
Wow.
I watched a different movie.
It's called Greyhound. And I'm looking at it right now. It says country of origin China, Canada. Starring Tom Hanks.
That is profound. So
I
G,
went and had to put it on a different movie.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no.
so G and H, those are the letters of Mercury. So Hg is the element of Mercury. So Greyhound is definitely some runaround. There's some runaround in there. And CGI, that's the acronym for Clinton Global Initiative.
I found out today. I don't know what I'll do with it. What's her name? Clinton's
Yeah. Oh,
Hillary's
yeah.
daughter, not Bill's daughter,
Oh.
is married to George Soros's nephew. So I mean, these motherfuckers.
Hillary's daughter,
Yeah, her dad's the dude that they fucking
Chelsea Clinton.
Is
They're
Hillary
not-
Clinton still even alive?
Who?
Hillary
Wow.
Clinton.
It's not a human.
I know.
So have you guys ever seen that George Soros has a doppelganger who is I think he's a king from, I think it's a king from Spain,
Oh, really?
who
Damn.
he a couple years back there was some huge fallout. He handed the scepter over to his son because of a bunch of financial missing paperwork, and he ran off with some woman and pretty much left the seat to his rightful heir. But that guy, the last elder king of Spain, he looks a lot like George Soros, a whole lot
Really?
like George Soros.
You know,
We all have a doppelganger.
that Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing, was it you that posted that picture of the oldest park ranger who's still alive? She just turned 100, I think. And she looks exactly like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Maybe it was on Cheney's channel. Maybe it was a Cheney thing that I saw it.
That is interesting because
It's pretty close.
okay, so check this out. I can totally build a bridge from there. So we know about 411 in the national parks.
Yeah.
Also, the same week that I could probably post it in the chat, the same week that Chad Aaron Boseman, the Black Panther, died in August, the day after Vulcanelia, the big sacrifice day.
God, you're brilliant.
Yeah, this was a year ago. So Chad Aaron Boseman. Then we had Cali fires and we had Australia fires, like huge, massive, and they all were going on as a culmination, almost like a ritual, building up to the day that Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. And the day that she died, I believe, was the beginning of a Sekhmet, Egyptian holiday observing the Sekhmet, the cat-headed Egyptian deity figure.
So did either of them actually do anything bad? It almost seems like, to me,
Well-
they're kind of doing it right in a sense, and that they're playing out their astro theology and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well,
It does seem like it seems kind of like middle ground stuff. Like they're not really.
Well, I will say this. So at her funeral, her full name was revealed, and her full name is Vital or Life.
Huh.
It's almost vitamin. It's almost like vitamin. Vital Royal House of Roasting.
What?
Roasting. And she was an icon of abortion rights.
Wow.
Yeah.
Versus Scalia, who is.
And Scalia was, the opposite, who, Scalia, if you ever look up lists of his quotes, some of them are great. Some of his quotes are awesome. I'm all about a majority of what he had to put down in terms of constitutional literalism. But then they throw in these really horrible quotes that are totally out of context. And it's like, now that he's gone and he's not here to defend his good name, they're like throwing in these quotes with no context at all, like very homoerotic stuff. Like, yeah, I could see. Yeah, it's kind of poisoning the well, so to say.
Oh, who likes to poison the well?
Yeah.
Dude,
Hey,
I watched last night.
Let me
Me and
show
Alice
this real
watched the
quick.
Bob Ross documentary. Who's that?
Oh my gosh.
So this is that lady that her name is Betty Reed Siskind, I think. She's supposedly the oldest. Tell me that's not a Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
That's her.
That is. So I forgot her.
I'll put it in the chat.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg's real name is
Vitali.
yeah, it's like Yatal Rachel Bat Kalia, which
No
is
shit,
just
really.
like Antonin Scalia, who died on Lupercalia.
Hmm.
This stuff builds itself, and it's kind of weird because you read all the articles and all the news stuff that gets
Kind
out,
of weird.
and nobody is picking up what they're laying down.
Ryan
It's
Gable
like-
did a great with the what's his name's who's
Antonin?
huh?
Antonin?
No, the dude that was I can't breathe, choked, whatever, fentanyl overdose, whatever.
Okay.
Black guy.
Floyd.
Floyd. So Ryan Gable shows how they buried him like a Cyrus, gold coffin, did the whole ritual, everything. It's a great episode. So it's not just you seeing it in play with even that guy. And he caught it because you have a symbolic mind. If you have a symbolic mind, that's how they get started off,
Yeah.
like the hieroglyphs. That's a real language. It's symbolic, or petroglyphs, or
I
kinds of
gave
things.
I gave you that book, The Alphabet versus the Goddess.
Yeah. Trying to
I get so much value out of that still to this day. My belief is that the masculine alphabetical mentality dominates. It's the top layer. It's public, and it dominates to such a degree that we're oblivious of that feminine symbolic layer underneath, and that's where they're communicating to each other. And it's a language that so many people just don't have, because we have that the alphabet. You got to spell it exactly right, or else it has no value. But that Alphabet versus the Goddess is good stuff. It's good
Yeah,
stuff.
I was going to ask you how I approach that book, because I started reading it and I'm like, wait a minute, this is something else.
It is weird. It is really weird. It took me many approaches. I would read a quarter of it, put it away, come back, read a quarter, and put it away. But ultimately, it is very valuable. The fact that on Rogue Ways the other night, they were talking about what if the Library of Alexandria was actually like sacred architecture, where you sit in the right place and you generate like the right sound, and the information just comes through the architecture, and you're downloading information as like some sort of biofeedback upload download. And I'm thinking that's amazing. That's the feminine. That would be like fully communing with the divine feminine in that subconscious realm of infinite potential. I love that idea.
So what is this is brilliant, because you're talking about this, and what is Full Metal Jacket? That whole film is about the death of the feminine.
Oh wow.
So I think in that film he was trying to show us what they were attacking was the feminine. I didn't understand it now, but I do now. I knew it was something profound, like, whoa, this is, he like Joker, the the fool only kills one person throughout the whole movie, and he's the last person to get killed in the film was a little girl, like a 14-year-old Vietnam girl that was shooting at him.
Yeah, I
And-
saw that clip.
You're
And that
right.
was the moment he killed the feminine in himself. So, you know, if you ever been to boot camp, you ever been to jail, you ever been to they tell you
And then he gets
where you
killed.
came from is shit. Your mother's nothing. Your parents are nothing. You know, you're nothing. We are. Yeah. So I don't
But
know.
doesn't he get killed then?
No.
No?
In the movie,
Then who was the
Didn't I
guy
see-
who got killed?
and what?
Full Metal
A
Jacket.
lot of people got killed in that movie.
Yeah, but I mean in that one clip.
He's never seen it. He's not allowed to yet. Dude, any of this one of those films when you watch as a kid and you're like, what the hell? I don't know what that was. I was initiated. Yeah, you were. You experienced the loss of the feminine. It doesn't matter. You don't understand it. The symbology is there.
Yeah.
But again, like with the feminine thing, I mean, I don't think we're gonna general. We're gonna get a woman. Like I watched this amazing, that woman in Illinois, right over across the river, was talking to the school board, and I realized, I was like, is she gonna go there? Is she gonna go there? She's like, where's the money? Where'd you get that money? What's this $5 million? And where is it, by the way? And I just walked in this place. You're not even doing anything. You know, I paid $2,000 in taxes that mostly went to the public school in a year that no one went to school. And I'm like, fuck this.
Mm.
I'm not paying for this shit.
There,
But where's the money coming from? Well, you know, if we had some real men in this country and some real organizations, some righteous people, they would literally be showing up to doors, making some kind of arrest. I don't even care if it's guerrilla warfare. Capture the motherfucker, interrogate his ass, get him to talk. These people will tell you right off the bat, I got a Bitcoin payment from the IMF. Okay, I'm sorry. I just didn't know what else to do.
Yeah.
It was $1 million bucks.
Yeah.
Put in the mask mandates, do the stuff. I mean, you know, what
my
do you want me to do?
school
Oh,
You would.
is, giving me, I'm trying to talk.
I know. You're not an adult. You're a little boy, and you're fine. That kind of stuff, because it's that simple. You got two types of people. Well, three. You've got us. We've gotten here. Then you've got the people who are still in a state of terror. They're still terrified. They're in that in between. They're like my chicken. I
Yeah.
go and I try and pick it up. It doesn't know what to run. It doesn't know the fight. It just kind of like waddles down and you pick it up.
Yeah.
That's where they've got those people. And then you got the third type of people who wear the mask and do all that stuff, but they're the ones who are in on it. They know exactly that it has nothing to do with a virus or anything. It has everything to do with a new world order. They're getting paid. You know, they're getting their houses bought for them in the same day after an event. These are these people. This is this society. We need to find out who they are. We need to air a tape on YouTube or Odyssey or something, and one of these sons of bitches in a chair tied up with a fucking hole at the bottom. It's rope, but they fucking whack that motherfucker in his balls. Okay. Oh, I'll give you anything. Don't do it again. I'll give you the money they gave me. They'll tell you. We need people to see that shit. Because that's the truth. It's like my friend Bao. The whole war in Cambodia was him going into enemy territory, capturing, kidnapping, interrogating, and getting the next guy higher. And when he got to the point where he was in a tree for 3 days to shoot and assassinate a general of the Cambodian army, because it's funny. He's like, Aaron, we were the bad guys, but we were actually the good guys fighting the bad guys because the Cambodians it was crazy. He had an opportunity to shoot Pol Pot, who just appeared at this military base, and he calls in the order, which is something you don't do. You're never supposed to call anything. You're supposed to make the kill and get out. Once you make the call, your position is pretty much given up. The radio signal's out. They could triangulate, whatever. They know it. But he had to call in for permission to shoot Pol Pot. He's like, I'm going to end the war. Oh my God. He gets a response. Nope, leave. You're not doing that. He's like, what? But no, just the butt alone nearly got him. Well, he eventually ended up in a pit for 2 years for questioning his communist commander on not killing a family, which his last kill for whatever. So this is the kind of, he's an order follower.
Yeah.
He has to live with that for his whole life. This man, this amazing human being, you would never know. He wasn't lying. But that's instilled in me from now on. I know that moral, always keep your moral compass, no matter what. The crazy horse, don't compromise, even if you get stabbed in the back by a bayonet from some fucking hick shithead who you just didn't want to deal with you and pokes you in the fucking kidneys and you fucking bleed to death in a cell. That's Crazy Horse's end, but he never compromised. And now he has the biggest monument in the world of anyone carved out of a mountain. Although it's
God, I hope they finish that thing.
You know Mount
They will.
Rushmore?
Gorgeous. I hope they finish
Crazy
it soon.
Horse's jaw
Because
is the size of Mount Rushmore.
exactly.
yeah, exactly.
People
And
don't even know it's there.
that's why Mount Rushmore is worthless. It's a bunch of myths. You might as well have done Paul Revere, or not Paul Revere, Paul Bunyan even.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
For real. George Washington might have been King George. George Washington might have died before that battle, and they didn't know what to do, our symbol, and they just found a lookalike. I can understand that. And still, like, I have a painting of George Washington that I keep on my wall. It's very special to me. It's him by his horse, laying down and praying.
Oh, is it? It's the prayer one, and that's Valley Forge Military Academy. So we have the ring. My father-in-law went to Valley Forge, and we still have his swords. And
Wait.
What's that?
Swords from what? What do you mean?
From Valley Forge. He was a cadet at Valley Forge.
Okay.
A kid, and they were his ceremonial swords and gloves. By the way, the clean hand thing. His ring, his class ring has that picture of him praying at the
Wow.
tree, because
Which
that was
reminds me of fucking Jesus and the Passion of the Christ, and the first 5 minutes you can shut the movie off. You've seen what happened. He gets down and he prays, thy will not mine be done. Father, I can't do this. He's in the forest and he knows
this cup passed before me.
he's, all that. It's right there. And that's what that image does for me. So, I mean, I think we all get to that point. We should get to that point in our lives. We're on our knees and we're like, I know what I got to do. But there's no way. I mean, see, that's when you really like prostrate yourself and get down and pray to whatever. It could be Odin. I don't know. I might pray to Odin. Maybe it'll be Jesus. Who knows? But wherever you found yourself in that moment, that's the symbol for
How
me.
would you pray to Odin?
I wouldn't pray to Odin. He's a jerk. He's weird. He speaks in riddles.
He's only got one eye.
Yeah, and he said, "Who is it you're looking for?" And I'm like, "What?"
You can have Benjamin Balderson drop a line for you.
Dude,
he's in touch.
he's that guy. He's no different than any of us. He's gone through all the trials and tribulations. When you're with he's a wizard because we're all wizards. He's a wizard because he followed his path. And he can when he said that he puts any guest at his home, first chair in front of the fireplace, first serving of a meal, he did that. We never went without food. That dude fed all of us. I mean, we were ragtag. And we accomplished something. To see where he's at today,
And I got a growth spurt because of it.
Yeah, you did. You're getting good food.
I was
You
eating
did.
biscotti and devouring the
That's
plate.
I mean, that's his cosmology, and I don't get I'm not an Odinist or anything, but the whole pagan lifestyle, the heathen stuff, it really empowered me to get in the woods and do this stuff and have an approach to nature that I didn't have before.
Yeah.
But it it wasn't. There are things about it that would be very discouraging to people that I would tell them, but because it's just you just got to get there, you know. Maybe you'll
I
meet
love-
Jesus or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I loved his most recent show on Crow, where he put forth the myth that made gold more valuable than a human life.
Ha! Goldveg.
Yeah, yeah,
The curse
And,
of Goldveg.
yeah. That
Play
was
the dragon, leave the treasure. Go.
yeah, that was priceless. That was a really good one. I gotta go back and listen to it. Because yeah, I want that myth. That needs to be incorporated. You know, the moment that gold superseded human life.
I don't listen to Crow anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of you and Chance and Lindsay.
Yeah. Same,
No,
man.
I'm serious.
I can't get to everything I want to anymore.
Yeah,
We're in a glut of riches
that's a great
with
point.
this kind of stuff. Like, it's an embarrassment of riches. The knowledge we have within this community, it's pretty cool.
What
And
was
new
that
people are
gold
coming.
myth? What was that gold myth?
Oh, Goldvig? That's the so that's the it was a court witch way back in the early days of Odin and all that stuff. But I haven't, because I don't like, she was killed by Odin, and so her curse was gold and materialism, and she keeps reappearing. So she's been a couple times. It's amazing. I haven't got into it because I've been doing this. But there's going to come a day I'm actually going to get into the cosmology of the Odin and all of that. Like, that's why I love Rachel so much. She's so good. She keeps it alive in me while I'm out here. But it's the curse of Goldvig, because Odin killed a god, which is Goldveg. I think I pronounced it right. That we have this problem today. It's the curse.
Her name is Gucci.
Yeah. And I mean, it does. I mean, if you just grab onto that and you kind of like start working with it, you're like, oh yeah, because
It's a curse.
it is a fucking curse. It can be.
And you know, you could probably. I'm over my head. I wish Benjamin could substantiate this more, but you know, I think that lends to the concept of Watiko.
Yeah.
And you know, the fact that you know that word, the original word for the indigenous Americans was the rock that makes the white man go crazy. And so here we have like gold being valued over human life, and you know, a culture of moral Watiko, you know, becoming an economy, you know, and that has led us to this virtue signaling bullshit that we're all struggling to put down, you know, which we will.
Oh, it is a struggle, isn't it?
Yeah,
Virtues are interesting.
yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
me doing something good.
Yeah, a virtue economy. You know, all this virtual. Everybody's doing everything virtual.
Oh shit.
And there's that, you know, Twilight language.
But this is the cool thing that we're doing right now. This is an organic meeting of the minds
Yes.
in a virtual capacity.
Hey, what's our agenda?
We're-
Don't we
so
have an
we're-
agenda?
Yeah, our agenda is to put good shit back into the web, into this web,
Yeah.
and promoting love back into it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this has been my thing for at least a year and a half, is to try and, because they can all read it. They can read all of us. They can read everything that we're doing through this bullshit.
Not everything.
Not everything, but
You don't know my prayers, fucker.
but what? So what if they did? What if they did know your prayers?
It
Give them.
I wish they did. But I keep the
Yeah.
covenant. There is one prayer that you will never know. It's not even words.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
reckon that's what B2K
that's-
did to me. That's made me go in that direction.
Uh,
I needed something sacred. I needed a covenant. I needed something between my own creator. And it hasn't changed. But creators change kind of, but you get what I'm saying?
well, they can't read our mystical experiences. They can't.
No,
They don't know how valuable that shit is. They have no idea. You could tell them, and and that's what I do in meditation is try to give love back into it.
Yeah.
Because I know they know where I am all the time. So I try and send it back through that. Whatever they're trying to get me with, I just send love back into it.
You've changed people. There are individuals that have been on that side of it, probably just doing a job or something like that, and witness some things. And after you were like, I'm not doing this anymore. Can't be. Versus, and I think they've seen so many people defeated by it. There's like, well, what am I going to do? I'm just doing my job. But when they see someone actually, like you have, like come out of it, stood against it, or been creative and found new ways to get out of it, taking a beating and still going, like St. Anthony, he fights the devil. That's the Tau cross. St. Anthony of Purdue, Alexandria. He fucking literally, he spent his whole life thinking to get close to God is an intense prayer, meditation, isolation, yet the whole world came to him, the whole land for wisdom and stuff. And he's like, he's trying to impress God. And then here comes the devil or Satan or whatever, and his legion of demons threw everything at him, beat the fuck out of him, beat the shit out of him. None of it worked. And in the story, the final thing that Satan or whatever Satan puts before him is a little girl. And, he makes his statement in his faith with Jesus is, what did he say? I'm sorry. He said, if you had any power over me, you would have sent just one. And he already did. And that was Jesus Christ. And that's when he defeated him. And then God sends an angel down, and he's like, St. Anthony does the whole thing. He's like, you mean that the angel wanted to tell him that he saw the whole thing? God has never seen anything like it. He's just so impressed. And St. Anthony was like, you saw that whole thing? What the fuck? You guys through all that shit? What the hell? And the angel's like, okay, I know he's sorry, but he was just in awe. This is the story, and you find variations of it, but this is the best one, and I think this is the true one. And he goes, okay, so God's just gonna give you these 2 lions, and these 2 lions, you'll never have to worry about this again. And I think he got a rainbow even, and he had his staff. He had the Tau staff.
Yeah.
But so St. Anthony's like, well, great. I'm going back to my cave. Fuck this. I just fought the big, this is what he wanted. Holy crap. And the angel's like, actually, the land in Egypt and Alexandria is plagued with all these demons and stuff. And since you've already done that, you actually got to leave and go out there and cast demons out and this and that. And he's like, but that's how I got my Tau cross, and that's like my first win against like the shadow things and really grasping on to a myth or a saint or so it's not even virtue, but yeah, that's the power of just one story. So you don't hear that story told much, do you? Now, if there's a lot of men out there, people who would hear this St. Anthony or Purdue, the Hermit, the very, very, I could tell you they can grab it and do some amazing things.
Yeah, do that. Don't be afraid to fast and pray and go out into the
That's
nature
you
for 40
though,
days.
dude. Well, that's you. You kicked ass in ways, and the people who are watching you like,
anybody can do that. Any chucklehead can do that. That's the thing is I'm not fucking special, dude. I'm not special. You've slayed dragons. You know.
For me?
Yeah,
Not yet. I've been there.
you. It's a constant fight, but we're still slaying them, man.
Yeah, I think the dragon thing is kind of, it's like that's something interesting. I've been in some fights, and like one of the most beautiful experiences of my life is watching my best friend die in the ICU
Mm.
on but what it was, I've known him my whole life, and Matthew, Willie, it was seeing his mother and his father on each side of him. So in Matt's last I don't know, year of his life, he was the worst fucking piece of shit you've ever known. But I knew Matt. I knew that he wasn't a piece of shit. I knew that he wanted what I had and all this. It was anyway, but yet he still succumbed to the illness. But there was me and my wife and his whole family, and I felt like a mountain there up until that point. And then I saw it. I saw unconditional love. I saw a mom and a father who had their whole lives like really hated each other, and Matt was in the middle, actually throw all that away, with his mother brushing his hair, as because they took him off the incubation, and he was in the death gasps, and I just had to be there with my friend. Led Zeppelin's playing, and his dad's counting his rosary, and I saw these two parents, like true unconditional love. Like they weren't weak people. They were hurting. They were sad. They had this sense of, this is what it's like when you're with an addict parent. They had the sense of, okay, well, it's over. We're going to have some peace, but I don't think it's worth it. I'll do another year or 2 or 3 years of this hell with my addict child if I can just get one more chance. And that's why the whole fentanyl thing is such a game changer. You can't fight it. You can't. I mean, you want to fight it, you're going to have to go to the East Coast, up to Washington, and I can give you the fucker's name. You can go, there's a CIA guy, he's got Hell's Angels. You're going to have to go over there and put the fear of fucking God in these guys, or somehow eliminate them. Until you do that, it's just, then you get China and their fucking fentanyl. You can't do anything with fentanyl. There is no such thing as a relapse. These guys are literally like anyone else. Alcoholic gets drunk, they go to the drunk tank. A heroin addict relapses, which is it's a phenomenon. When it happens, no one really, we do things to protect ourselves from it, but it's gonna happen. And when it happens with these guys, it's the fentanyl. They die every time. Or if they're lucky. If they're not lucky, they end up on fucking incubation and a brain scan, and parents have to decide whether to keep them on it or not. So, but again, who brought that here? Who's the genius who created fentanyl? I know that there's a bunch of CIA employees who now own patents for fentanyl and the heroin, the opiates that they use in their pharmaceutical labs to make fentanyl comes from Afghanistan. So they don't need to be in Afghanistan anymore. They own the fields and they own the patents, and they're getting, per gram of opium, they're making fucking 100 times more than they ever did before. Yeah.
That's what you were talking about, them losing when we were talking about them losing the poppy fields, it didn't matter. They had their source.
They had their source.
I see what you're saying now.
I mean, even the Afghans aren't going to argue with that. They're getting a bunch of money. They just want to live, and that's the facts. And then I'm telling you, so we want to talk about Empire and the NWO and how they operate. Well, I don't understand how no one's ever got to the point where we're in the biggest real epidemic, opiate epidemic. IRS has no excuse. Biden, you have no excuse. Nobody has any excuse to say that they don't know where those billions of dollars are. Where's all the money? Well, he died, but I know that the Las Vegas dude, that the fucking dual citizen, starts in S. God, it's been so long. Anyway, he was laundering so much money through Las Vegas that they got too apparent, and that's when the crypto came in. So Bitcoin, Litecoin, all that stuff. There's all your fucking dope money, dude. There's all your dope money. The government knows it. They're the ones who use it. They probably created it, but that's when Bitcoin really started rocketing in value.
Most definitely. They
I'm
created it.
sorry. They created it, and I'm ranting. But this is see, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. This is what I like. They fucked up, and they told me that if I kept on the firing line of life with certain principles, God would keep me unharmed, and He did. But I got to see some things. So you see some things, and you got to process it, and you got to be able to transmit what you've observed. That's what we're here doing, guys. Observe,
Yeah.
witness any crime, anything that you see, watch it the best you can, take it in, because there's a higher court. You'll stand before God, some angels or something, and you'll be like, now's my time. That's the asshole right there. He did this, that, this,
Mhm.
that. And St. Peter's like, okay, whatever symbol you want to use. That's how it's really going to be. Witness, observe, watch, witness the crimes, all that stuff, and then take it to where that higher realm, which is, maybe these assholes will actually try and get out of there. And you'd be like, no, you're gonna be in a more denser reality or something. But it's
Yeah.
gotta be something like that. And I don't know, here we are. So when it comes to I had to walk away. There's no way I could fight it. I had learned everything I needed to learn, so I'm out here. The healing part. So you really want to tell this story or this experience and give people this, just want to get them one more step further. It's like I watched the moms and dads. They finally got to the point where like, well, we did everything right. And then we're not doing that anymore, Oh, and then it all started collapsing. I mean, we've gotten to this point. The whole system started collapsing for these parents. They saw the truth. They started standing up. They started doing some amazing things. Then COVID happened, and I watched a lot of them just revert right back to, we got to get our shots and stuff. And I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
It came so close. And so, we all got to get to that next step. They're coming for the kids. They're coming for the kids. The majority of all, like, I can't tell you how many 15, 14, 13-year-old kids I know and their mothers who did it for the first time and had fentanyl in it, and they were dead. And these moms, no one will talk to them. No, everyone gives them the whole stupid shit. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. It's like, that's not what they want to fucking hear.
Yeah.
They want to be like, they want to hear from, the truth. It's like, yeah, your kid shouldn't have fucking died, by the way, so let's do something about it. Let's really take a look at this. And those people are still there, so they know. You get what I'm saying? You don't have a real epidemic being opiate, which I always called it a twofold illness. It's a twofold epidemic. It's organized crime epidemic coupled with a healthcare crisis, being that they're pumping so much fucking dope. Like the kid who was running all the fucking fentanyl from China into Oregon and all that in Washington. He told me, he's like, Aaron, he's like, there will be no more heroin from this point on. It's all going to be fentanyl, and it's all going to come. It's coming from China in their labs. He goes, no one can. The money's too good. There's just no way, and no one's stopping it too, right? It's like,
Well, I can tell you firsthand that my wife, she does rehab
Yes.
intake, and all the patients that are coming in that are thinking they're on heroin, they think they're like, oh no, I'm not doing fentanyl. She's like, yeah, you probably are.
I haven't used in 2 weeks. I haven't used in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
When was the last time you overdosed? A
Oh.
month ago. And then you're in the hospital the next day, and they're like, he was here 3 times last week. And I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah. That
The
happens all the
hospitals-
time. But
the hospitals had to start communicating with guys like me. And thankfully, they came up with the EPIC program and stuff and the grant money to actually put me in there with some kind of title, because I was good at what I did. I was a mediator. So I could communicate between the addicts, families, and the doctors. They didn't have no communication. If I would have known that so-and-so, this is his 3rd overdose, I could tell, but I couldn't tell anyone else. We've been able to do a few more different things that would have, that's the kind of situation. We call them recovery plans. Everyone has a different recovery plan.
Right.
You want to give them. So back then we had very limited stuff. I'm in the ER. I'm doing a fucking affidavit on a suicide watch, and they're like, this guy's in suicidal. I'm like, he's putting a fucking needle in his arm. He's been here how many times? You know, the dude's suicidal. Don't give me that shit. And it was a constant battle. But you never knew. You just came up, you got creative. You came up with things, you did this, and they got the help they needed. Like the beautiful story you tell about that psych nurse. I can't tell you how many psych nurses in those situations were the saving grace. They would step in and they'd be like, nah, this is bullshit, and do some things in the background. You know, these amazing people.
Yeah, that woman like blew me away. I because she just listened. That was the thing. She just fucking listened. And I'm like, well, here it is. I showed her the trick. Here, I don't know if, have I ever showed it on here?
Mm-mm. The trick?
Okay, so this is a neodymium magnet, right?
Yeah.
This is
Oh, yeah.
this is what's in your laptop that puts it to sleep. Is these things.
Really?
Little neodymium magnets. Yeah, they're like a rare earth magnet, same thing. But I just did this. See, where is it? There it is. You see it? I can't see the back of my head. Tell me where.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Left side of your
Oh, there it
spine.
goes. Yeah, and I think it's actually losing juice. It seems to not be quite as strong as it used to be, but
That's awesome that it's losing
Solve
juice.
that son of a bitch.
I just did that to her, freaked her out, but it sent her on a mission to actually see if I was, making shit up. I'm like, I can't, I wish I made this shit up constantly for years. I'm like, this can't be real. This cannot be real. And I would convince myself this is not happening. And then I'd stick a magnet to my neck and it fucking sticks.
Well,
Or I'd look at my MRIs.
you also had not psych nurses, these foreigner, I just can't count, it's the majority of these foreigner women a lot that were in the psych hospitals, like the main doctor, and I would get a briefing on each person that I was called to. And I continually was like, oh, this person has grandiose delusions of this and that, and he's talking this, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
time again, I was like, okay, can I just meet the person? Because none of it was really whatever. I'm like, yeah, they're insane. And then you get to be in that one-on-one and you listen, and they're like, you believe me? And I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm listening. And they're like, just like you described.
Mm-hmm.
But that a nurse like that is so amazing, because even though getting to that hospital point is such an amazing miracle to get there, right? And there you are. So maybe someone brought you, someone encouraged you to go, your wife or something. But once that point, you're there. You have to count on somebody, and that's what that lady did. Is what I'm talking about.
That was the divine feminine showing up for me. Because between my wife and that nurse, I don't know where I'd be, man.
You'd be dead.
Yeah. Seriously.
You already were dead.
I was. Well, that was the thing, is I'm like, well, might as well do this. I'm dead anyway.
Yeah, I got to that point with helping people. I was like, well, I'm not going to make it anyway. I might as well help these guys. Maybe they have a chance. And that's, it's fatalism, but I can't tell you how many times, I just pray for that person. So even if anyone's listening, it could be 30 seconds that you change someone's life, and you don't know how many people have come before to get that person there, or how many people are going to be afterwards. It's this whole thing. And I just play a little part. If I do it authentically and I stick to my own bounds, like you don't go start talking about stuff you don't have any experience with. You find someone who does, or stuff like that. It's a formula that works all the time. And they've stolen it from us. Did you walk out of there with a big bag of medication? Can't tell you. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, of course I did. I had shit ton of it before. They just switch them around. Oh, we'll try this. Yeah, here, you need this one or that one.
It would have been help probably if someone just told you, first off, you're a fucking alcoholic, dude. You gotta get off the dope. And it's like, what? No, I don't. I just need more Depakote. Yeah.
Well, no, that's why I went in. I'm like, I gotta get off everything. I'm on all these medications. I'm not taking them anymore. They're
But
like,
you
oh,
walked
you're
out
gonna
there.
die.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, here's a new one. You're not listening.
I think Jerry Marzinski was the first person I ever heard use the term trial and error prescription.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he just pointed out that that's completely unethical. And
Yeah.
that was the first time I was like, wait, no, wow, that's horrible.
That's exactly what happens.
And that's just what they do.
Hmm.
One of these days, I'm going to do a video. I'm going to get around to it soon. I keep talking about it, but the Hippocratic Oath changed in the 60s. Rockefeller blazed through and he flipped the whole Hippocratic Oath. But here's the thing. I'm reading the old Hippocratic Oath, and it's not even what people think it is.
It's huge, isn't it? It's really long.
Well, the new one is longer than the old one,
Oh,
but the old one, the old one is not satisfactory. I think there might be one even before the one I'm reading that you're thinking about, because the one I'm reading, it talks about, I will exalt the person who gave me this knowledge, and I will never go against their word or never defile their good name. And it says, I will always give consideration to their children. So it's almost like keeping it in the family to some degree.
private.
Yeah, yeah. And then all of my patients, you know, they're the lower class, and I'll do my job there. But first and foremost, I will put my teacher and my teacher's family ahead of all other priorities. It's really crazy. And then the new oath, some places don't even do it. It's some states, it's just not, there is no oath. And then what oaths you can find are not cool. They're not cool. They're actually saying, I know that I might have to kill somebody, and I'll make the right choice if that comes up, which is the opposite of not doing harm.
To
you know?
do no harm.
Right,
Just keeping, you render it down to that.
right.
You're in these situations and you're like, as long as you keep that thought,
Mm-hmm.
you won't actually hurt anybody. Some people
Yeah.
will think you are. It's a beautiful thing. It's more than just like, this is how we do it. Just having that as a principle, to do no harm, allows you to be creative, find new ways. It's the universe. Things have happened when it comes to helping people or being, a doctor or
Yep.
profession. It's a terrible shame.
I found it might have been 2 years ago now. I found data on medical schools of the kids that were coming out between, they're getting their doctor certification, and the number of students that actually took the Hippocratic Oath was like nothing, like like only a quarter of doctors that are actually physicians take
Yes.
an actual Hippocratic Oath. They don't even do it anymore.
Right. And this goes back to Wolfgang. I keep forgetting his full name, but the guy who
Me
focused.
too. It's weird.
Yeah, on Sandy Hook, that whole research.
Peterson?
rabbit hole.
No.
Yeah, he was pointing out that the city council is not taking oaths, judges aren't taking oaths, cops
Yeah.
aren't taking oaths, and all the oaths
Yeah.
have gone off script. And here we have the promise, the going through the motions and doing the things that we all think are required to be a city councilman, a mayor, a cop, a doctor. They're totally off script. And now they're still wearing the costume. And this is where theater and remedy have melded together in a major way. And so nobody's taking the oaths. and we're still calling them doctors, governors, police officers,
Cops. Yeah,
cops, but they're not taking the oath.
they're not doing it.
What's
They're not-
Weaving Spiders? We're the oathless. What is it, Jim?
Oathless Mystery School.
Ooh,
Oh.
I dig that.
I would say that we're oathless in that we haven't been given one yet. That'll come.
Yeah, we're oathless, but we sure do swear a lot.
You have a dirty mouth.
That's mostly me, I think. Sorry. Sorry, Alice.
Yeah, I mean, all of us right now, I know there's so much healing going on. It's an amazing thing. If I'm doing it, I know a lot of other people are. I've seen it. I mean, I had great. So like again, when we stay on, Lindsay's so good. She's always staying on the healing. You gotta fucking heal. I'm no good out there in the battlefield, bleeding out. I mean, there's no worse feeling than knowing that you're in a position where you can actually be of service and help somebody for real, selflessly, without any kind of grandeur stuff, and you ain't got it because you're bleeding out inside or something. You're compromised in your own resentments, or you're compromised in your own like bias, stuff like that. It really sucks, but that's the motivating factor for me that pushes me over the edge just a little bit to listen to what they're trying to tell me. Your elders or your mentors or the person, they're trying to tell you something and you're just not getting it right now, but then you do, and it's generally in that area. I don't know.
Yeah,
I gotta get there, man.
finding those wounds that we need to heal is the hardest part sometimes too, and acknowledging that the bullshit that we've been keeping up ourselves, or that one little thing that we haven't been honest with ourselves, that sucks, but we have to do it. And that's the shadow work.
It is. I'm doing it all fucked up on my own. I'm not like, even like, there is no like shadow work. I'm like, okay, well, I'll just create my own archetype. Okay, well, I'll just do this. I don't know.
You don't need a formula, dude. You don't need a formula.
I'm realizing
you don't
that.
need a mediator. It's all here. You just got to dig. You just got to keep digging. Once you get to one layer, you're like, oh shit, there's another one. Oh my God, I have ancestor trauma? What?
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh my God, that's real? Holy shit,
man.
how wild is this universe that we're living, this experience that we're not, this thing we're not even experiencing, that is part of our reality. We don't even recognize as a thing. That we are carrying trauma from our ancestors is a real thing.
So I got to bring it up. Let's talk placenta.
Yeah,
The cake.
casserole.
Casserole time. So cest, our ancestors. So cest means the basket. And yes. And when you look up the Sestake Trust or the Sestake V, these are the trust law that when you come into this world, when they put your footprints on that birth certificate, there are agreements, there are numbers, they are created, they are printed in red on that birth certificate. They will be traded in stock on the stock market. And that word cesta, it is the basket that Moses was sent downstream and lost his birthright. And they pulled him out of the basket, and the basket goes floating on down the stream, and now he's a slave, and he lost his kingship. So when we say ancestors, we're an is away from. And cesta is the basket. That's the ship you came in on. And so we're talking about that placenta again. But it does get passed on. I mean, we have it. It's in our blood, but we don't know why. We don't have the full story. And it gets, And that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking about with my grandpa, like having a ceremony, forgiving him and asking him to forgive me, and bygones be bygones, and
Yeah.
let's be one and the same now. Let's mend whatever trauma I inherited from him, and whatever animosity the matriarchs of my family are holding over my head in whatever way I can't even see, but it's there. I know it's there, and once that healing happens, then it's like, instead of inheriting his weaknesses, now I can build with his strengths.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
But there's that
beautiful,
word,
Gabriel.
that cest. Whenever I hear cesta, I'm always like, it's the basket. It's the placenta.
Wait, what's incest then? Like,
Yeah. You came from the same basket. Yeah.
fascinating.
Which is really creepy. This is where the lovers card and the twins of Gemini overlap, and you're like, so what? Why is this? This is wrong. They should not be in the same part, but they are. They're in the same part of the zodiac, and I believe that has to do with pharaonic bloodlines, and if keeping it in the family, royal houses. Even if a man dies, then the wife, if the king dies, or if the patriarch dies, then the wife she's offered over to his brother. And so in that context, brothers and sisters will end up together because the father died, and they keep it in the family. So it is strangely appropriate, but it's also incestuous, which is just weird, just really weird.
Beautiful.
Weird
Yeah.
kids.
I don't know. I haven't read any of the chats. I bet there's some amazing
I haven't either. After it went scramble, I wasn't keeping up. But guys, thank you for doing this so long. For
Guys.
not being afraid to go there, Like Jim and I have had this conversation before, that we're just sick of polite conversation. Like the shit the things that we can't talk about is where the real meat is. It's like the phrase, this closer to the bone, the sweeter the meat. You don't get to the good shit until you hit the hard stuff.
It's true. It takes a while to cook that placenta casserole and dish it out
That's
a little bit for everybody.
yeah. It's a long crockpot recipe.
Oh, the
I
cake
put it
of
on for a
light.
couple days.
Yeah.
Oh, the
The cake's
Yeah.
If I had a choice, you want to kiss this butthole or eat a cake of light? I'm like, crap. What do I get out of this? Oh, you're part of the club. Oh, what if I get anal warts or something? That happens.
Poop isn't
And
food.
hepatitis C because I had cake of light. You fucker.
Well, I think I gotta get rested too, because we got that day tomorrow. So I think
Leaps
I'm
and
gonna
bounds, gentlemen. Leaps and bounds.
We're
Leaps
doing
and
it, man.
bounds.
Hey, Snake, I sent you an invite on Telegram
Excellent.
for something. So
Oh, all I see is that picture of that thing. That is Ginsburg.
maybe I didn't. I included you. Wait, I'll get it to you anyway.
Looking at the picture, sorry.
We got a thumbs up.
Love you guys.
Love you, gentlemen.
Right, no,
Love
it
you
is.
guys. Much
Love you
love
guys.
again.
Have a
Think
great
I-
sleep
Yeah.
well.
Until next week, we live in your minds.
Live in your minds.
swear.
Thank you, guys.
I swear, Mr. Crackspider. I swear, Mr. Crackspider. I swear, Mr. Crackspider. I swear, Mr. Crackspider. Raised over on him. The main daughter was eating. Now the spider and go within 100 centimeters of the web. Was the web. Found it and raised over. The cocaine spider figured building fence was more solid. Captain the spider was lost. Captain the spider.